Okay, so I have 6:02, so why don't we call to order our regular commission meeting? Today's Tuesday, July 9, 2024. Madam Clerk, would you please call our roll for us?
Mayor Gross,
Here.
Vice Mayor Huntington,
Here.
Commissioner Amsler,
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Madam Clerk, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Okay, so let's go ahead and move into our additions, deletions, and withdrawals to the agenda. Does anyone want to get us started?
I was gonna ask if we can just move the section for commission reports at the end of the reports.
Okay.
There where it is. That's it.
Okay. Commission meeting. All right. I had a couple, but does anyone else want to get us started?
Yeah, I have a couple.
Okay.
We have three instances of topics being very similar, if not kind of duplicates of one another. And I'm wondering if we might want to combine some things just for efficiency's sake.
Certainly.
That would be 13C and D, the two police items. I'm assuming, Pharaoh, you're keeping yours on the agenda. We kind of discussed it. Okay. 14C and E and 14B and D. Those are topics that are, some of them are mine, some of them are not. So if people who put them on there object, say so. But it just seems to me we could be a little more efficient there. And then ordinance 11B as in boy,
Commissioner, could you
I'm sorry.
repeat the last two, 14C and
14C and E, Charlie and Edward, put them together, and 14B and D, boy and dog, put them together. 11B, the ordinance about the construction sign. I anticipate it's going to be a bigger discussion. I have a bunch of stuff I want to discuss, and I'm afraid that might turn into a bigger topic than as it's presented on there. I think we may want to pull that and have it be a discussion item first and get through that so we don't waste all the ordinance time that gets entailed with that. Unless, Brad, you say because it's been noticed as an ordinance, we need to keep public comment.
Do not if it's not going to be heard.
Okay.
You can move it to discussion, but before you take any legislative action on, obviously you would have to have a public meeting. Or, I'm sorry, you'd have to entertain public
We
comment.
could bring it back as an ordinance again and do it.
If you
So
brought it back next month, then you could do the public comment next month, correct?
I just know that I have quite a bit I want to discuss with that it's become a bigger topic in my head since we first initially discussed it. And the police item that were combined, C and D, I would like that to be, I'm afraid I know we're not going to get to everything this month, and I want to make sure that topic is touched on because it's very current. There's a time factor to that. So if we could move that up higher, I'd appreciate that. So consider all of that and you guys decide.
And I think the combinations, certainly. Moving the police one up is fine to top of old business, I suppose. Okay. And then for just so I'm clear, 11B, you wanted to pull that out of ordinance, go to discussion? Okay.
And that's just my request. Anybody object to any of that? You're good?
I was gonna cover the same thing, combining, so I'm good with the combining.
Certainly the combining.
Jump in faster next time.
That works. That's fine. The only other one, I know there's a couple that are time sensitive on here. Where is it? The general election one. We can't leave. Yeah, we have to do that one tonight. That one's 12C. So when we get down to that point, we can just make sure that we touch on that. I believe there was one other that was time sensitive. Was that the
Helium.
helium? That's right.
and your variance rehearing has been noticed.
12B. 12B is time sensitive, so
And your variance rehearing was noticed for,
I'm sorry?
oh, okay, no, the variance, rehearing on the variance,
Right, that's the next one.
okay.
But 12C and 12B are time sensitive. And then the only other one that wanted to talk to the commission about was, do we want to move the variance hearing up to the top so we can take normally we do those separately. So it made sense to me that if we're going to do the variance hearing, we take public comment there. You know, let's not do double dipping on that. Let's just move the variance right up to now. Take care of the variance hearing, and then we can move into public comment and go through the rest of the agenda if that's
You
something.
do the entire variance, including its own comment.
Right.
I wonder if anyone is planning not to, wanted to make their comment and leave. That would be my only concern. Somebody wanted to make comment and couldn't stay for the rest of the meeting and expected to do that at the top of the meeting where it sits.
So by involuntary show of hands, was there anyone that was planning on making public comment generally and then taking off?
Yeah.
Okay. Can't stay for the whole thing? Well, let me just make clear what we're trying to do. We have a variance hearing. And normally we take those separately than a general, commission meeting. So we were planning on taking care of the variance hearing now, which has its own separate public comment section. Okay. That's very kind of you. All right. No promises. So I think we're okay to do that if everyone's all right with that. Okay, so we have everything. So what we'll do then, right after we vote on the amended agenda, we'll just go straight into the variance hearing. So do we have a motion, a second to approve the agenda as it's
Before we
been
do that,
amended?
I'm sorry, I do have one more question. Do we have any expectation that Art's going to be showing up for the meeting?
My understanding is no.
No? Okay. Just wanted to make, if he was going to show up, I didn't want to start a variance without him.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, so do I have a motion, a second on the amended agenda?
Motion to approve is amended.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we're done with section 4. So section 5 was separate. So we're going to, instead of go on to section 6 right now, we'll go ahead and get started with the variance hearing, which is at item number 10, 10A. And so for the variance hearing, Mr. Attorney, can you go ahead and get us started? I guess I should ask, we have the property owner here, correct? Okay. I probably should ask that first, but thank you. Okay,
If I may?
please.
So good evening, everyone. This hearing is a quasi judicial hearing. The hearing will be conducted by the Village Commission, which will hear testimony from the applicant and then the public. The clerk will swear in all witnesses before they speak. Each person who speaks should state their name and whether they have been sworn in. The material in the commission's agenda package will be considered as part of the record in this matter. After the applicant has testified and presented their evidence, if any, the hearing will be opened up to members of the public to speak in support of or against the application for the variance. The Village Commission may set reasonable time limits for members of the public to speak. Members of the public may choose to be sworn in. If a member of the public chooses not to be sworn in, the Village Commission may consider that as a factor in evaluating that speaker's comments. At this time, I would ask the Village Commission if they wish to establish time limits for public speakers.
I think we did the same thing last time, right? The same 3 minutes. So I think that works. Is everyone comfortable with that? Okay,
Is that a consensus of the commission?
looks like it. I think so.
Okay, after members of the public speak, the applicant may make additional statements if he so chooses. We'll now move to quasi judicial disclosures. If any commissioner has had any ex parte contacts that are not part of the record, these contacts should be verbally disclosed at this time. Are there any disclosures from any of the members of the commission? And I would remind you that any disclosures you had at the previous would apply today for those disclosures. And I will caution you that you do not have to disclose conversations that you've had with counsel. Those are attorney-client privileged.
So we are required to report anything from before the prior variance hearing.
Yes.
None other than what was previously discussed before the first. Well, we'll have an opportunity for you to come up and,
That's what we're doing right now.
Right.
Give me a second. I'm about to do that, Simon. Don't you worry.
I don't have anything other than what was previously disclosed at the first hearing. Anyone else?
Same.
Only disclosure I have is discussed with the manager. That's it.
Same.
Okay, Brad?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I sent an email to Simon after the variance hearing.
Oh, got it. Okay. Okay, I think that's it, Brad.
So commissioners, please be advised that your decision at the conclusion of this hearing must be based upon competent substantial evidence related to the village's code of ordinance and not generalized opposition that is not fact-based. Additionally, as this is a rehearing, be advised that this proceeding is de novo, which essentially means that the matter is considered as a new request and you start from scratch today. All persons who will be witnesses in this matter, you will shortly be asked to raise your hand so that the clerk may swear you in. If there are a member of the public who wish to be heard, you'll be provided time before the close of the hearing to speak. You may choose to be sworn in, as I stated earlier, and cross-examined by the applicant or asked questions by members of the commission, but you do not have to be sworn in if you so choose not to. If you are a member of the public who wishes to speak on this matter and wish to be sworn in at this time, please raise your right hand. And will the applicant and any other witnesses also please raise their right hand?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, and your answer is?
The record reflect that all those that wish to be sworn have affirmed that they will swear to tell the truth. And I guess I should have asked you to please swear them in, but thank you.
It's okay.
At this time, will the applicant come forward? Please state your name and address for the record and present any testimony or other evidence that you would like to offer in support of your application.
Brad, while he's coming up to the podium, may I ask you a question? When do I get to ask a question about one of the backups that's added to the agenda? Not something that they presented to us, but something the village attached.
You want to ask me a question about an exhibit?
Yes.
You can do that. You can do that after you've heard from the applicant.
Okay.
Public comment and the applicant's, what I would suggest we do is that any question you have about that, before the applicant has an opportunity to give what we call rebuttal, any
Okay.
comment after public comment, I would suggest that you,
In between. I wanted to make sure that I
so you would ask those questions.
have a
I-
chance
If
to
I can
answer,
answer them, I will, to the extent that they're not commenting on facts. And that would give the applicant a chance to comment on whatever it is that you ask about. Is that reasonable to the applicant?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Simon Fidel, 11095 Griffin Boulevard.
Hear you.
Is-
You may want to check
I
the
have to
mic.
talk right into it.
That sounds like.
Okay. Simon Fidel, 11095 Griffin Boulevard. Today I'm represented by Mr. Shapiro, my counsel. So he'll probably be doing most of the talking.
And Mr. Shapiro, if you can just state your full name, you're a member of the Florida Bar, I
I am
assume?
Greg Shapiro.
And-
Lee Shapiro,
And your office is located where, sir?
1101 Brickell Avenue.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
It's your presentation at this point.
Well, as I understand, this is a motion for rehearing. The,
Mr. Shapiro, I'm sorry, we just need to
this is
speak.
a motion for a rehearing and the variance was already granted. And the basis for the rehearing was that, and I watched the video from the last hearing, that there was apparently a misrepresentation made regarding whether or not the owner was actually living in the house. I've watched that video too. There was no he never indicated whether he was living there. In fact, I believe you said you're even yet to be living in the house. And the basis for your seeking to rehear it at the last commission meeting in June was that Mr. Fidel hadn't even applied for the building permit yet, based on the fact that you guys already granted the variance, a variance that's not unlike 5 other residents who already been granted it. And the reason was, as articulated in the application for the variance, was a safety issue, that people were cutting through the front of his house to get to the other street. And that was the basis for it. And why you sought a rehearing was Mr. Fidel had yet to even seek a building permit, and that's just not true. In fact, you said it twice, and that's not true. He already received the building permit months before in March. So right after the variance was granted, that the variance application was submitted in February. It was approved in March 18th, 2024. March 29th, he submitted the building permit for the one gate that you guys approved and for security, for safety purposes. It went back and forth with some changes that needed to be made. On May 30th, 2024, the building permit was issued, the fee paid for, and the next day, he engaged the contractor, paid the contractor, and they began to work. It wasn't until June 4th that the motion, after all that was already done, payment was made, work was already begun under the permit, that that the board has now sought to rehear that. You can't do that. As a matter of law, you just can't do that. It's done already. And he wasn't even notified of this hearing. It was not until June 7th via the city's online messaging system as part of the building permit that he found out there was even a rehearing on this. Passed the first inspection on June 10th. On June 12th, it was, the final was issued by this city, by the village. The permit closed and finalized. So the gate's already up, paid the money based on all the actions already of this village. And the motion for hearing is quite improper at this point in time, and based on something completely erroneous when you had thought that he hadn't even actually applied for the permit when in fact he did, and it was already. So again, there was no misrepresentations made. The record, your record is entirely devoid of any indication that he was going to live there. The application, it's a safety issue. You had people testify here beforehand that people were cutting through his front yard where he intended that his children to be playing. It's a huge front yard. I don't know if you know the house or not, but it's a huge front yard. There's hardly any yard in the backyard, not unlike the front, and that's where his children and people have been cutting through that for years. I believe there was testimony before, the broker that was involved when you bought the house, and other individuals. So there's no basis to rehear this. The variance should stay as it is. It was granted, and again, not unlike the 5 other variances under the very same circumstances that this village has already granted other people for safety purposes.
I just want to add that you also stated in the last commission meeting that I had changed my story multiple times. I have all the, if you guys would like to see it, all the written statements that I gave. They're all pretty much exactly the same. I would say I elaborated a little bit more on the one I gave you guys on the March 18th meeting. And I also have videos of it. I don't want to be his word against mine. It's basically, I have it all here if you guys feel the need to hear it. So
You need to present whatever you think you need to
okay,
present.
I'll
Just,
play a quick video then.
but let me just be clear, because I just want yourself and your attorney to understand. The proceeding is what we call, which I know Mr. Shapiro will know this term, de novo. So it starts from scratch as if the initial variance was never granted. And so at this point, what the commission is here to do is essentially decide whether or not to grant the variance. I understand it's been granted previously, but that's essentially what the purpose of this rehearing is for. What your attorney is bringing up and mentioning is an argument that can be made if in fact this commission were to deny the permit at this time. That's something that you would have a right to appeal, and that's something you can raise on an appeal. But at this stage, just so you understand the ground rules, this proceeding is to decide whether or not this commission should grant the permit.
I can tell you, Mr. Fidel wasn't prepared to rebring all his witnesses and do this from scratch as if he did before, upon which this village granted the variance. So if that's the case, then there's an issue.
I guess,
Wasn't this noticed?
Or maybe just, guys will do what you do and bring it before the circuit court and deal with it that way.
I just want to lay out the facts that the reason as to why we're here rehearing this is because of the misrepresentation and the false statements that were made last month. That I didn't have a building permit twice. I'm going to play it for you guys. That I changed my story multiple times saying that I lived in the property. That's not true. So the only misrepresentation here was by Commissioner McDonald.
There's just no factual basis to rehear this.
So I'll go ahead and play it for you guys just because.
So how long have you and your family lived in the home? When did you buy it? Mhm.
Cut my mic off. Give it a couple seconds. It was clear from the
Oh,
original.
you don't live in the home yet? Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I thought you lived in the home. I got confused because it says the property owner is an LLC and then your name was attached to it. I got confused. So you're not living there yet.
So it was known from the get-go that I was not occupying the home at the time. That's basically the first point. than in the last meeting.
Is there currently a gate there now? Did he?
No.
So if
They
he.
haven't even applied for a permit.
That's all true. So that's why we're here today. And then again, the Commissioner Art who requested the rehearing or motioned it, sounds like he was convinced, again, based on the argument that I have not filed a building permit.
So he can't move for the rehearing because he voted no. What, he doesn't want to rehear his no vote.
He hasn't applied for a permit?
No.
There you go, again.
That was simply false. Twice.
So is it my understanding that we're hearing the case from scratch?
Well,
We're-
that's not Mr. Fidel's. It's a motion to rehear something.
It's actually not. So the commission has the discretion to rehear a variance for whatever reason they decide. And
It has to be a legitimate reason and it has to be factual based.
well, they have the right they have a right under the law to rehear a variance request. At the time at the rehearing, as I said, that is a de novo proceeding. What you're raising are equitable arguments that essentially are part of the appellate process. But this, and I don't know what you're asking. And, you're here, you can ask the commission whatever it is you want to ask for. But today was the process is to go forward to decide whether or not the variance is to be granted. And the commission could either grant the variance as it was, which means everything would stay status quo, or based on what they hear, they can make a decision that the 4 criteria that are within the ordinance for granting a variance have not been met and deny it.
It's to rehear the already having granted the variance. So what is in the record that has changed from then until now? I mean, it's not to relitigate or to rehear the same thing. It's because of a change in circumstance.
But
So
it's
where
different.
is that in the record?
I'm sorry, if I may, if you're not speaking in the microphone, it's not going to be recorded and we're not going to have a record of what you're saying.
I got it.
You have to speak right into it.
Sorry.
It's not a great mic.
I mean, this is very different than a motion for rehearing that you would make in a court of law.
I
So,
understand that, but
uh,
he wasn't prepared to again, have all the same witnesses and do
So-
this from scratch again. And he was never even informed that that was the
So-
process.
so-
Like I said, he was only aware of of this because of what was in the city's.
So I understand that there is a misunderstanding from what I'm hearing. And there's a misunderstanding or to some extent as to what the purpose of this proceeding was. So with that being said, what are you asking the commission to do?
May I ask a question, Brad?
Are we,
The property owner is saying he wasn't noticed is what I'm hearing. You're saying you weren't noticed?
I think that's what he's saying.
No, I'm saying, what I heard his attorney say was he didn't know until he went online and saw that this hearing was taking place tonight, that he did not receive a notice. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't think he
Did
said.
receive a notice. You got a notice. Okay, and that's because there's one of the backup items is something dated June 10th. That is his notification from the village. But it notifies him of a meeting on Tuesday, July 2nd, which was a week ago.
So what I'm understanding the applicant and his counsel to say, excuse me, I know, let me talk a little closer. So what I understand that the applicant and Mr. Shapiro, his counsel, are saying is that they did not understand that this particular hearing was de novo and that it essentially is a process where the applicant has to put forth all relevant evidence to convince the commission that the 4 criteria are met and that they're essentially not prepared to move forward at this time in putting forth testimony to show that the criteria are met.
Were we
So,
required
which is
to,
why I was asking counsel Is he asking, since they're not prepared to move forward today, are they asking for some type of relief other than the relief they've so far asked for? If they are, then you all can consider that, granting that relief. If,
Stand by it. To stand by the original verdict. Yeah.
that's your,
So I don't want to interrupt your presentation here, but I do have a question because I want to make sure that we're focusing on not the relevant issues, but the issues that need to be before the commission to make the correct decision under the procedure that we have before us. And the procedure that we have before us is a de novo review. So to your point, counsel, what I want to ask our village attorney is what's part of the record? What can we consider? Because in the backup for the variance is a lot of the same stuff that was before us the first time. Is that part of the record that we can consider at this hearing, or does it have to be separately resubmitted by the applicant?
you can consider, excuse me, don't get me sick, please. You can consider anything that's an exhibit, so that has been made an exhibit for the purpose of this hearing is part of the record.
The original application.
So the rehearing of the variance, the map, the reconsideration, the notification, the list of the property owners, letter of intent, the variance 4-point. I'm just listing what the exhibits are as they are on the agenda. The southwest entrance sketch, the variance application. All those things could be considered today in determining whether to grant the request for the variance, as well as anything that the applicant is putting forth today in advance. See, but that defeats the purpose of a de novo proceeding. This is a de novo proceeding. And that's why I understand that, I understand what your ask is. I'm trying to explain.
We're here to
Again,
hear
I'm
this
trying to
hearing as if it didn't
explain-
happen before is what we were told.
I'm sorry?
We're here to hear the hearing as if the first one didn't happen. We're here to hear it again. And I'm just explaining what he explained to us to prepare for this meeting.
Deciding whether or not we're going to, again, or for the first time on de novo review, however you want to phrase it, allow the variance. What we're considering is what's.
That's
think that's already
what's
been decided.
necessary. So all it was necessary is what happened. What happened at the last meeting that you were referring to, where I think it was Commissioner Kennedy or Vice Mayor at the time, Kennedy, had made or tried to make a motion for reconsideration. And as a point of order, because he was the sole vote that voted against the granting of the variance, by rules of procedure, he can't make the motion for reconsideration because he would be asking to reconsider his no vote, which was not the presiding vote. So he could not bring it forward. What had happened is Commissioner Gonzalez then had said, oh, based on their discussions, decided to make the motion for a rehearing to be had. There was a vote taken, and by, I think if I remember, it was a 3-2 vote. The commission voted to rehear this matter. So today is actually the rehearing. And I understand you don't agree with what I'm saying the process is, and we can disagree. That's what lawyers do. But I'm pretty confident in what I'm saying as far as what the law says, and that this is de novo. And you can present, but the commission, as the trier of the fact, are going to weigh the credibility of what they hear. And I'm not making any disparaging comments one way or not. I'm just saying they are the judges and the triers of the fact for the purposes of this proceeding. And they're going to have to make that determination based on what they hear today and what the exhibits are. So if you're paraphrasing what other people may say, even though they've said it previously, and I understand that, you're going to paraphrase. The record is today. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I'm asking. I know, I understand we have a disagreement, but I'm just asking, what you're asking for.
Well, one of the things that I'd like to ask you, are we at the point where we are asking questions? Brad, I apologize.
Well,
I didn't want to.
If there, it's. Right, you're essentially raising a estoppel argument, and I understand, and yes, the commission can consider that. But what I'm saying is they still have to make a finding that based on what they hear today and what the exhibits are, they need to make a finding that the 4 criteria that are set out in the ordinance for granting a variance exist.
So to that point, Mr. Fidel, am I pronouncing that correctly? Okay. The items that we have before us, the letter of the intent, the descriptions of how the 4 criteria are met, is it your position here today for this hearing, the purposes of this hearing, does anything change? Everything remains the same. Okay. That's what I wanted to know. I understand. I understand. But I want to just get to the point of what's before us and whether you would represent to us today that there's anything different in any of the materials that were originally submitted for the original application. That's the question that I wanted to. The other items, yes. I understand. My focus is a little more narrow. My focus is a little bit more narrow in the fact that I just want to be sure that I understand that everything within the application that you previously submitted is unchanged. Okay. Are we at the point of questions, Brad? I'm sorry.
I would turn to the applicant and just ask, is there anything else that you want to present before the commission asks you any questions? Assuming they have any. Then at this time, I would ask if any members of the commission have any questions for the applicant.
Yes. Hi. Give us a description on where you're here. What are the 4 points? Even if you have to read them out loud, please. Why are you asking for this variance? If I can stop you there and ask you a question. So how often does that happen? When was the last time you say this happened in your property? Okay. And it's from both entrances? To cut through, of course, of course. Otherwise it would be against traffic, yes. Okay. Okay. And you're saying it's happened at least twice a month since you've been there, since you've seen it? If you can tell us a little bit about how long has this been happening?
It's in the picture.
Mhm. And do you have any sort of evidence to that you can show us today that's happened? Okay. Mhm. Rush at the Griffin entrance, you're saying? Okay. Is that to be considered or no? No.
No.
Okay. Okay. But not here today. Okay. That is, well, I'm asking if you have anyone today to support your statement, so you have an
There's a-
opportunity right
The
now.
process we're following here. We don't just do it randomly. There's a process. Let the mayor run the process.
Brad, are they able to call witnesses?
They're still presenting, so they can call witnesses if
Okay.
they choose.
A question about point of order. Should I start the timer for this?
No, this is testimony. No, this is not public comment.
Can you tap that again? It doesn't sound like it's on.
I don't think it's on. And I don't know if,
Is that, do we have the hanging mic
Yeah,
working
what
there,
happened to our
Chris?
hanging mic? I see it up there.
It looks like it's wrapped up there. Is
Oh, that's
that,
right.
is that working?
Yeah, we just got that. It's new.
I thought we had one. We got him, Luciano.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Jean-Louis Narboni, Jean-Louis Narboni, 764 Northeast 111th Street. My wife and I have been residents at that property since 2009. We were very, very friendly with the previous owner, Bobby and BJ Smith. And we witnessed on multiple occasions cars going zipping through. It was always a concern to them. And when we heard Simon was having issues, we validate that it's an issue. As he stated before, because of the traffic of the school and the light, the traffic backs up way past his property, probably till one or two properties there. And then every time someone has a chance just to cut through that driveway, they do it.
Any of the members of the commission have any questions for this gentleman?
Did the previous owner try anything else? Any solutions to the problem?
They had signs, they had signs.
Potted plants, anything like that?
No, because they were using it as well. So they weren't putting planters or, well, we're here for another issue about planters and signs, but they did have, be careful with the ducks, no throughway. They were trying to put little signs. And my understanding is they didn't necessarily have the money to put a gate. I don't know if they wanted one or not. It was never really discussed. They just said that they had an issue.
Does anybody else from the commission? The applicant have any questions for the witness? I should have asked. I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank you. Maybe. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the second point would be why the variance is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of a substantial property right. I think that the variance is going to uphold and protect my inherent property right, which includes the safety and security of the property and anybody on it. The installation of the gate would provide the minimum necessary protection or barrier for us to be able to enjoy our front yard, since in the back we just have a pool and we have basically all our green areas in the front of the house. Then the third point, granting of the variance will not be
I'm sorry,
detrimental.
can I
Yeah,
ask you
sorry.
as we go? It's just a good opportunity since you're there. Including the right to ensure the safety and security of my property. And this happens to you now. So you're currently there and it's happened to you I mean, I seen a gate there now, so it's stopped. But until when? Right until you put the gate up, was it still happening that you couldn't enjoy the front of the,
Yeah, right up
of the
until I
property?
didn't have the gate up, it was
or
occurring.
was it still
And
happening?
it actually, I would say it occurred on one given week, it occurred 3 times because I was told I couldn't even have the sign. Forgot who was it, I think, I forgot his name, but someone from the PNZ board or PND board told me that we're not allowed to have signs. So I went ahead again and complied and took the sign off. That lasted, I think, a couple weeks like that. And I did see it get worse. And then when I put the gate up, obviously, that was it. I was able to enjoy the property.
And the sign was from the previous owner, you said?
Correct.
That was my question on this point.
So the third point is basically that the granting of the variance would not be detrimental to public welfare. I think it's the opposite. I think it actually contributes to the overall safety of the neighborhood, especially those passing by 111th Street. Because when you have an outflow of cars onto it's basically an intersection with no stop signs. So I think it's actually just benefits the neighborhood in the street, specifically 111th.
So when you say preventing vehicles from cutting through our property and endangering pedestrians and other motorists, where do you see that? So, because you enter through Griffin and you exit through
111th.
111th.
Sometimes there's people walking by. Obviously, there's cars passing by. So if someone exiting my property doesn't stop
On 111th.
before incorporating onto 111th, it could easily cause a crash on my property.
And they won't see them because there's a
There's a
a berm that goes across. So anybody coming down 111th won't see somebody coming out of that driveway if they don't stop. They just, the people don't. He's witnessed it. They just go right through as if with it being no stop sign within his property. So.
I understand.
And the fourth point is that the variance proposes the minimum variance, which makes possible the reasonable use of the property. And I find it to be the minimum variance just because they're basically, that's the most aesthetically pleasing and correct solution for me to be able to use my front entrance because my address is Griffin and that's where my mailbox is. So the minimum variance is for me to continue to have access through that entrance and at the same time protect everybody that's on the property and avoid the cars cutting through. Also, there's been pedestrians. I don't want to say it's as frequent as vehicles, but it does occur that there's pedestrians.
Just people crossing through?
Yeah. Sometimes people walk through the grass and just walk through.
Mhm.
Do you have any other questions, Commissioner Ansel?
Not myself, thank you.
Commissioner?
Yeah, definitely. We said that last time also that Griffin has become a commercial road. It used to be restricted only for, I think they didn't allow trucks. Now it's county controlled, so it's full of trucks. And the other gate, we don't really need the other gate, I could say, in that sense, because I don't think one gate serves its purpose. So the minimum variance would be that just that one gate as it was granted previously.
It's a gate on a commercial road as opposed to a gate on a more residential road, which is 111.
And I can safely say that the signage was tried for multiple years to put up a sign, and it just wasn't a solution. It didn't work out. So that was the minimum, and then we had to push it to where we are now, which is the gate.
Okay, well, you say that was the minimum. What else did you try before getting to this? Because a variance is a very serious thing, and we try to stay away from variances while we try to act within the code. Did you try installing a hedge, closing off 111th, putting a movable potted plant, putting the yellow little children at play signs, parking a car there? You just left your car parked there, person can't drive through. There's many other solutions that would stay within our code of laws that wouldn't have brought you here today or brought you here months ago.
So I would say we attempted contacting the authorities, because and they did park patrol cars, and I've seen them on multiple occasions. But it's not realistic to think that they're going to be there all the time. It's just a waste of money, honestly. Parking, for example, installing a hedge on 111th would just not allow me to use that entrance. So it would punish me for others' actions. So someone cutting through is basically causing me to lose one of my entrances. It's like punishing me for someone else's actions is not punishing me that now I have to park there. If it's raining, I have to park a little farther out from my home, not in the garage, so that people that are violating my property rights are stopped. Or I can just put a fence, a gate, a movable gate, so.
So you said that the fence that's currently there has helped. So that's different than what you're requesting on point number 4. I don't see at any point in number 4 that you're requesting, that the minimum variance is to have one gate.
So it would be on the permit, on the entire set that I submitted. I show images of the gate. I show where the gate would go. I think there's engineering details of the gate. So I guess it's kind of in
On the
there.
drawing.
Yeah.
Commissioner, just so clear, the applicant was not required for the purposes of this rehearing to file a new application. So
Got it.
the points that he addresses in the 4-point
For the same
document
one.
are the same ones when he was asking for the fence to cover both driveways.
Okay.
So
Things have changed and we're taking some points in consideration and some not. Like this is considered to be part of the first application,
Yes.
right? So he's saying since he has a gate in one side and he's saying that's helped, that doesn't match necessarily the request on point number 4, saying that it's the minimum consideration to be
Well,
had.
it goes to show that your original decision in granting the variance was sound.
Okay. All right, I understand what you're saying. Thank you. No more questions.
Any other questions from the commission?
Ryan, were you done? Okay, I
You
do have a
can-
couple
you
of
can
questions.
answer.
I'm gonna have a couple of questions if I may. So, to be clear, Simon, are you living in the house now, today?
You can answer.
It's irrelevant. That's not part of the application process. It's not one of the criterias.
Am I allowed to ask the question?
you can certainly ask the question and
Oh, will you answer?
certainly decide whether he wants to answer it or not.
No, no comment.
Were you living in the house when you came in for your first variance hearing with us?
No comment. I just played a video for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
You already
And,
told
and
me
I'm
you
allowed to,
wanted that.
and I'm allowed to infer whatever I infer from their lack of answer, Brad. Because I'm acting as a jurist.
You're the
Okay,
trier of
fair enough.
fact, so you-
So a couple
Well,
of
let me
dates that
be
I,
clear that living in the home is not any criteria that I've seen.
I'm getting to my, I'm
as
getting to
part
my
of-
point. I'm just asking some questions if you don't mind.
Please don't interrupt.
So, actually, this is my time to ask questions.
I'm answering.
Okay,
your-
you were speaking to the attorney and I'm asking you questions now, if you don't mind. So I want to run past a couple of dates and you guys tell me if you think these dates sound right. March 18th was the day that we approved the variance initially. Yeah. April 16th, the permit was approved. So you're correct. The permit was approved on April 16th. Do you know the date that you picked up the permit?
That's not accurate. April 16th is not accurate.
What date was the permit
May
approved?
30th.
There's a lot of back and forth between building officials and permit seekers. So it takes a little bit of time. Engineers, a lot of people are involved when erecting a structure. So that's not.
What date was the
correct either.
permit approved?
May 30th.
It was approved by our planning board on May 30th?
No, by the building department and it was paid for and it
Okay.
was issued.
On April 16th, it was approved by the planning board.
No, what do you mean a planning board?
You go in front of a planning board to get a permit approved.
There were
I don't recall.
between April 16th and May 24th. My understanding is that the building department, the reviewers within the building department were making corrections and clarifications
On what date?
between April 16th and May 24th.
Okay, so you're saying in that period of time, the permit was approved then in May?
May 30th.
There were corrections and clarifications being sought and made, and the permit
Okay.
fee was paid and issued on May 30th.
Okay, fair enough. Because I looked on Zillow and you listed the house for sale on May 6th, so you actually had it listed for sale before you even got the permit. Okay, I'm just stating that as fact. I just pulled that off Zillow unless you're telling me Zillow has the wrong date for your listing. Okay, that's the date they have.
Fact,
Okay, I'm just stating what's on Zillow. So on May 6th, you listed the house for sale and you're saying you didn't have a permit at that point, but you're already planning to sell, you already had the house for sale. And by the way, in the email that I sent to you was May 25th. It was several weeks later. It was public knowledge that you were selling the house and I congratulated you on asking what I thought to be, and I still think is correct, the most anyone asked for a house in Biscayne Park. So cheers to that. So on June 12th, that's the date you got the CO for the fence. Is that correct?
Let's see. Yeah, past on June 12th.
Okay, so you won't answer whether you live in the house now or whether you lived in the house then, but when you were here before, anyone who watches the complete video, you, to my ear, and I'm one of the people deciding on the case, you certainly characterized that you were living in the house when you said things like, and I'm quoting you from the video that I also watched several times, we like to play soccer and football out front. There's kids outside. The main concern is that there are kids outside. You then went on to talk about privacy issues that you added to the conversation as well. You brought up privacy issues. You said when people pass through, they don't stop at 111th, they just fly by. Now, you just, when Vero was asking you questions, you said that about twice a month, people are cutting through there. How are you, if you're not, if you won't say whether you're living in the house, so you have occasion to be at the house often enough that you're seeing two of them come through a month and you're asking us to believe that?
Yeah, people have vacation homes, people have summer homes.
Okay.
I could choose to be there 1 month and then
I just want to make
it's
sure
not
you're,
part of the variance, whether the 4 points. So you're not sticking to the criteria here.
no, I'm just asking. I'm
No.
not, you put forth as evidence that you're seeing two of them pass through and you're going to stick to
Being as
that.
honest as I can be. Hey,
Okay.
listen, I'm sure if I was there full time
Okay.
in certain moments. I would-
Because as one of the jurors hearing this, I get to determine whether I think that you're credible enough to consider your testimony as being accurate.
And going back to the time of the video you're speaking with, who's to say that it wasn't his intention at that time to live in the house? Things change, circumstances change
Mhm.
from one day to the next. So that may have been his intention then.
It may have been,
It may have been.
it may not have
And
been.
his kids were playing in front
It was. Yeah.
when they came to the
Well,
house.
I'm not sure you can say that his
It
kids were
was.
playing.
It was.
Okay. You can say that your client said it, but you can't say it.
Told you, and he told you in the video.
Okay.
that he
You
did.
said this has been happening for a while, and so you're also concerned about the fact that Griffin has become more of a, what you call a commercial street. I'm not sure its designation has been changed. But you are correct that some signs used to be there that say no through traffic for trucks, and those signs have since been removed. How many trucks have you seen cut through your driveway?
Trucks, if you consider the United States Postal Service a truck, very frequently. I'm not including those in the twice a month. But that's very frequent, and I've asked them multiple times not to. But sometimes they switch drivers and they do it all the time. So that would be a truck.
Okay. So other than the other than the postal carriers, how many trucks do you see coming through your driveway?
Not too many, because it's, I would say it's kind of a sharp turn.
Mhm.
But a car's a car,
Okay.
and a truck can kill it just as easily as a car can. Do you have kids?
Regarding the 4 points of the variance, I'm going to skip through numbers 1, 2, and 3 now, but number 4, the minimum variance. Explain to me how a 6-foot metal gate is the minimum variance that you need to keep vehicles from passing across the threshold of your property.
Pedestrians.
Hmm?
Anybody could jump a 2-foot gate. Not everybody could jump a 6-foot gate as permitted by the code. A fence is basically a movable gate, and fences are permitted up to 6 feet, so that's what I seeked and got granted.
So a 6-foot gate, you're going to stand by the fact that that's the minimum variance for you to keep cars from passing through your property.
And pedestrians, yeah.
So now it's cars and pedestrians and trucks.
Vehicles.
Okay.
And pedestrians.
I don't.
There's a lot of
I don't know what
activity
the
over there. Now
distinction Between a truck and
That's
a
why I don't want to
vehicle
answer
is.
his questions. It's like,
Cars,
Obviously,
trucks,
there's a vendetta.
pedestrians.
I don't know why
Okay.
or how but there's obviously a vendetta going on.
it's terrible.
I think those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any other commission?
Any other questions from the commission?
Yeah, I have a question. When did the work commence? When did you actually do the work of putting the gate back up? Because I know the gate was up prior to permits. It was taken down for the variance was approved, and you had to call the contractor back out to put it back up. When was that date the contractor came to put it back up?
So about, I would say on June 1st, let me see. Yeah, June 1st, they came back out, and it wasn't just to put the gate back up. So on the permit set, the engineer had new specifications, which was the concrete that they had to set down. How deep was it? Now it had to be 3 feet deep. The type of rebar that they were using was different. So I would say it started on June 1st,
So
a new installation.
when did it complete? When were you complete and done?
I was almost complete when I passed the first inspection on June 10th, and then I was fully complete on June 12th.
Okay, I think that's it.
Keep
from-
on asking.
Yeah, I think
Somebody
that's-
keeps on jumping in. Okay.
That's, I think that's it
So
from the
if
commission.
there's
Right.
no other questions from members of the commission, we're going to now, just so you know, we're now going to turn to the general public comment. So you understand the process. The public will be able to come up. They have, I believe you said 3 minutes to speak
Correct.
on the topic. You will be able to respond to any public comment that you hear. So you will have that opportunity, so you're aware of that. So if you could just step back for a moment from the podium, and at this point, if
Let
there's
me-
any,
I'd just like to make one more comment, really brief. Based on what I understood, and I think I may have garnered that from you, the city attorney, village attorney, that there was there was, based on how, I'm not sure where where it came from, but there was that he went ahead and sought the building permit right after he heard there was a motion for rehearing. And that simply, obviously, that we've discussed today is not the case.
Shapiro, I never suggested that.
Okay.
You and I had some conversations
That's correct.
about what rises to the level of estoppel, and we were talking about scenarios.
understand, but if
no
there's any
time-
thought that it was only after the motion for rehearing that he sought the building permit
I can,
and began the construction, that's not the case.
I can tell you that I've never said that. I never said that in our conversations, we were talking about
We
scenarios.
had that discussion.
We were talking about scenarios, not necessarily
Correct.
what your client had actually done. And I can tell you right now, sitting here, I have never made a comment to any member of this commission suggesting that that fact is true or correct.
It was a scenario that you had brought up. I just didn't know where it could have been just
It was picked
purely
out.
hypothetical.
That's all it was,
And
sir.
that's fine, but in the event it wasn't, and there was some thought that that was the case, it is not.
I understand. That was purely a hypothetical conversation
enough.
that you and I were having.
But I
think we have-
thought
That's fine.
it warranted a comment.
That's fine. So at this point, if there's any member of the public who would like to speak in support of the application, please come forward, identify yourself by raising your hand. Talking about just in support, anybody opposes will get their opportunity. Please come in. If you've already been sworn, state your name, address, and if you have not been sworn, please tell us you have not been sworn. But here's your opportunity to speak.
Any comment in support at this time?
Okay.
Okay, seeing none.
Seeing none, is there anybody present who would like to speak against the application? Same rules apply. Please come forward, state your name, address, and whether or not you've been sworn.
Barbara Kuehl, 777 Northeast 111th Street, and I have been sworn in. We spoke at the first hearing and we were opposed to this. I've been opposed to driveway gates for a long time. The community had hearings on this years ago, and the consensus was that people didn't want a closed-in driveway look. Many of the people that were here at the last meeting, it turned out it was really more because they want driveway gates rather than supporting this particular situation. The thing with the variance is because variances used to be given because they were nice neighbors, you felt sorry for them, seemed like a nice thing to do. You created an ordinance. It has 4 points. All 4 points have to be met. I was at the meeting. The commission did not say all 4 points had been met. In fact, they said they weren't met. They couldn't even come up with good reasons for everything. And yet, I think from just frustration, this thing was passed, and Commissioner Matt Kennedy didn't agree. And I really hope that because people are against this, it's not a case of somebody targeting a neighbor. This was something that, if anything, as living right down the block, the fact that this gate was put up without a permit originally was annoying to me, that somebody didn't go through the proper channels and try to receive a permit. The thing with the neighbors that lived there before, I've lived in my house for 40 years. I've known the 2 different people who lived there. Maybe occasionally a car went through. I don't know. They never complained to me. I never heard anybody trying to get a variance before. And living in a neighborhood, things happen. People try to do certain things. People park on our swale all the time. I don't care. I mean, it's just, they're allowed to do it. I realize you're not supposed to be cutting through somebody's property, but one of the biggest concerns is that P&Z denied all 4 points. You have a board that deals with this, that looks at this critically. They denied all 4 points. And as far as the minimum requirement, I don't remember which point that was. There are people who do have gates on Griffin that have been granted variances. They're not 6-foot fences. They're 3 feet. It could have been a chain. it could have been a lot less than a 6-foot gate. Aesthetically, the owner might love this. I don't like the look. And this, I read the backup letter originally, and again,
That's,
it was, okay, it was about family, preserving the family safety, and the house is up for sale. So obviously he's not going to be living in the house. Thank you.
Gary Kuehl, Barbara's roommate. One point that I'd like to make is that I don't believe that the commission actually instructed the code officers to go out and initially or subsequently on the 2 fence posts that were there. Actually, we did. We called the code department. I think as far as the last point, which I believe is the minimum solution, it really is far from the minimum solution. You actually have 3 access points to that property. You have a driveway, so to speak, or a big apron of parking spots by the garage. You obviously have the entrance off 111th as well as the one off Griffin. So it is not essential to the property. It is not essential to the use of the property to have an entrance on 2 main streets. If you have an entrance from 111th and block that entrance off completely with a hedge or whatever, simply don't use it. What's being denied? A convenience? Certainly pedestrians are totally irrelevant. I don't have any argument that I could bring to the commission that I need to put up a fence because pedestrians walk on my property, which they do all the time. I've got cars that park in my swale. That's allowed. Furthermore, really, actually, pedestrians just walk through their hedge. The fence isn't there, the gate is not going to stop anything. But I really feel that this is overstepping and ignoring the ordinance. And as Barbara pointed out, design and plan, the design review board, they're really charged with giving you a recommendation. And I feel that the commission does not have the expertise of that board and the many years that Gage and other people have been on it to evaluate that criteria. And that really needs to be listened to. Thank you.
Gary, could you just let us know, were you sworn?
Oh, yes, I was sworn.
Thank you. Address was, you mentioned. Thank you.
Janie Anderson, and yes, I was sworn in. No, of course, receiving a variance doesn't
Anderson, you
require
just
the
put your
petition.
Address.
Your address, please.
Doesn't require the petitioner to live on property, but it certainly should require the petitioner to have enough experience with that property to be able to provide substantial, competent evidence, in this case, that these extenuating serious circumstances even exist. He cannot do that not living there. You just simply don't have enough experience with the property on an occasional weekend or however many hours you might be there. It is a day in, day out thing to prove what he seems to be saying is happening. And he certainly does not meet all 4 variance requirements, particularly number 4. If the situation is that bad, there are any number of things that don't look like a 6-foot gate that are more organic, that blend with the neighborhood, be it either a shorter gate or better still, foliage in some sort. Pick one entrance or the other, block it. And as for people walking through, any one of us on a corner, particularly those of us with circular driveways, have that experience. I mean, but this just stretches credulity to believe when a person doesn't even live on that property that they have the kind of substantial evidence that you guys need to be looking for to grant this variance. Thanks.
Good evening, everyone. Gage Hartung, 1029 Northeast 114th Street, and I have been sworn in. Just a couple points. First off, a variance is supposed to be the last resort
after all options have been exhausted. It's supposed to be the exception to our code. We have codes because it makes our village what it is now. You know, every resident is required to follow the codes. The 4 points of the variance request, all 4 points have to be met, not 3, not 2, not 1, all 4. So all 4 have to be, you have to say yes, that you do agree that the applicant met all 4. There was a comment earlier about the permit being applied for. I believe the permit was applied for after the resident was cited for putting the gates up first. So there's a little not in truth about that, in the fact that the gates were done without a permit and they were put up without it. There are other options that were not explored prior to the gates. The gates were an after the fact thing. There are other things that were mentioned by fellow speakers here. And then as far as the 4 points go, you know, the applicant said that they stand by their applicant, which I actually just happened to save this. I threw it on the shelf. I was here at the previous, the first meeting. And you know, the very final thing is that my family and I would be exposed to unnecessary risk and inconveniences, which could significantly diminish our quality of life. And, you know, just knowing the facts now that there's a question whether or not the resident actually was intending to live there or living there at the time, it makes you question the validity of meeting all 4 points of the variance request. And you know, I think the reconsidering of this based on the evidence that was given by the applicant is necessary. You know, I question whether you know, the truthfulness of the testimony at the very beginning, but that's up to you. With that, I will close. Thank you.
Any other members of the public or that wish to speak? Okay. The applicant and the attorney, before we give you a chance to respond, if I just have a moment.
What about Zoom?
Kennedy, there was an issue.
Zoom?
I'm sorry, is there something
About Zoom participants? I don't know. We didn't look. Did anyone look to see if there's Zoom?
Zoom, Chris? No?
No.
Okay. So Commissioner Kennedy, you had mentioned there was an exhibit that you wanted to ask me a question of. If we can do that at this point, so this way, anything that we discuss, the applicant has a chance to respond to that as well.
Yeah, let me pull it up. So I would look through all the backups that were added to this today. Let me go back to it. There was the notification to the applicant to reconsider. And this is a question that I have. This was a letter. I'm assuming this is a physical letter from the village clerk who notifies people of such things to the property owner, addressed to Simon, informing him that the variance was being reconsidered, but it provides a date of Tuesday, July 2nd. I'm just, Pamela, I'm looking at what's on the backup. So that's a question I have.
So that would be a question for Madam Clerk.
Okay. The letter that was sent to the owner was the 9th was put in there. One of the other clerks may have uploaded that letter when we.
So this is just the wrong backup that was
That's
put up. So
wrong.
he did receive the correct.
He did receive the correct.
He was noticed.
And I have a copy of it in my office of the notice and the letter.
That's what I wanted to clarify. Thank you. And in that, it doesn't specifically say, Brad, that this is a de novo hearing. And just to make clear, because they had some questions about that, are we obligated to inform them about that, or is that just the practice of how these things work?
The way the courts have interpreted these rehearings for variances is essentially that they're de novo. So do we have a legal obligation to inform the applicant of that? My answer would be no. Okay. There's a presumption that they're aware of the law.
Okay.
But I mean, it is what it is. That's something you can certainly consider if you want to consider the fact that that the notice
Mhm.
did not identify that the hearing was de novo.
Well, I'm not suggesting that. I just want to make sure I have all the sort of ducks in a row in my head. Okay. So that was my only kind of procedural thing. What do we do now?
Okay, so at this point then, because I just wanted to make sure that the applicant had a chance to respond to whatever it was you were going to ask me. I would then turn back to the applicant and his counsel, Mr. Shapiro. This is your chance to comment on any of the public comment you've heard or anything that you've heard from the dais.
Let me see if I can remember everything. About me mentioning in my application about my kids and family. I talk about my kids and my family, but anybody that's gonna occupy that home most likely is gonna have a family. It's a large home. So my family's not better than anybody else's family when it comes to safety. Also the fact that kids were mentioned, also it's kind of ironic, like what should I do? Should I take the gate off when my kids turn 18? Is it like a temporary fence or something? So that doesn't make too much sense in my mind. And then the PNZ didn't deny all the four. I think one of them actually voted yes. So, and I think he actually witnessed cars passing by the yes vote, and he testified to that in the meeting as well. And I think he came to the original variance hearing. What else? The minimum use, I mean, the minimum requirement for the 6-foot fence, to say that nothing else has been tried. I mean, there's been a lot of things tried from law enforcement to signage. To put a little chain link fence like that, it doesn't seem too safe when you have a car that weighs, I don't know how much, and can easily fly through that.
Well, it has to be a fence that is a movable fence, a gate, because he shouldn't be precluded from using that entrance as an egress or as an exit or entrance. Particularly because of somebody else's malfeasance that he's now being prejudiced. I mean, there's an entrance on Griffin, and there's an entrance on and what, I don't know if you're asking, well, you could put up another berm, you could put up a hedge, but then you're closing off the entrance on Griffin and doing it permanently. And that's not fair to the owner. He has 2 entrances to the house. That's the way the house was set up to begin with and permitted, and he should be able to utilize both in a safe manner. But other people now have created an unsafe manner. And that was the whole basis for the granting of the original variance to begin with. There was no issues with whether or not people were living there. Yes, he had his family. They were there.
No. And there's something called a deterrence, which would be like a little chain rope or something. That I consider it to be a deterrent to vehicles, like a little small rope as they're proposing. And then a fence is actually stopping and concluding the issue.
Listen, I assure you, if you put up something that's not visible and some car drives through, you're going to get sued because you created an unsafe condition.
That's true too.
Anything further from you gentlemen?
No, I mean, that's
Okay.
basically it.
Thank you very much. Commission, now I'm just going to give you some directions before you start your deliberations. Before you begin your discussion and move to a vote, please allow me to remind you. Record must contain competent substantial evidence. And it should be as such that it will establish a substantial basis of fact for which your findings can be reasonably inferred. It is such relevant evidence as a reasonable mind would accept as adequate to support the conclusion. Competent substantial evidence includes expert testimony, fact-based comments of neighbors and laypersons. However, it does not include conjecture, speculation, or generalized statements in support or opposed to the matter. It's now time for the commission to discuss the matter before you, and at the conclusions of your discussions, a motion should be brought and seconded to either approve or deny the application. Do you have any procedural questions for me before you begin your discussions?
I do not. Does anyone else have any procedural questions before we move to discussion? No, seeing none. Okay. Okay, so open the floor to discussion on the variance application. Anyone feel free.
Shall I? Okay. I'll keep this short and sweet. So for me, guys, this is really simple. This is open and shut. We're required to follow the variance procedures. We talk a lot in here about SOPs. We have one here. This one is a long-standing standard operating procedure here for the commission to consider variances. The board uses it, we use it. And it's very clear that the applicant has to meet all 4 criteria. There's no wiggle room. We don't get to decide because we think and maybe and we wish and it makes sense to us and blah, blah, blah. They have to meet, you have to be able to look at these questions and say yes to every single one of them individually and not come up with some kind of groupthink about, sort of what it all means overall. I've asked before in these procedures that we actually read out loud and have people say yes or no to these things, so it's on record. And I'll go on record right now. At the last meeting, I went on record, then said that the answer for the 4 variance questions to me were no, no, yes, and no. So I said for number 3 was the only one I gave him a yes. After hearing more testimony tonight, I'm changing that to no, 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 and no. So I no longer consider number 3 to be a yes in my mind. I don't think the applicant meets any of the 4 criteria. But if you find that he doesn't meet any single one of them, then you're required to vote no on the variance. Not you should, you might, you can, you need to. If you find the answer to any single one of those stipulations to be a no, you're required to vote no on the variance request. It's that simple. So he doesn't meet any of them in my mind. And I'm just going to say this for the record because we are the jurists here. First of all, there are some things about this job up here that are fun and we feel productive sometimes and we get to get stuff done. And then there's some crappy parts of the job. And sometimes the crappy parts are saying no to people who may seem like otherwise nice people and you have to tell them no. So there are some parts of this job that are not fun, but we all sign up for all parts of the job. So sometimes you got to do the crappy stuff too. And telling people no is not always a fun thing to do. That having been said, I'm just going to say this. I talked to Brad at length about this before I brought the topic back to consider the revariance, the rehearing, and I talked to him again. And he told me it's a de novo hearing and we listen to everything here and we determine our answers based on what we hear here this evening. But I am allowed to take into account the credibility that I assign to any witness or to the applicant himself. I went back and listened to that complete hearing again, more than once, the original variance hearing. And it's very clear to me when I take off my commissioner hat and just watch what happened in that meeting, that there was a song and dance going on there and there was a picture being painted that wasn't really clear. It certainly sounded to me that he was characterizing himself as living in that house with his family and he was experiencing these problems. And that because of that, he was able to provide that, Brad, what's the phrase you use? Competent, substantial evidence. And that's how he's able to provide it. I may have gotten those words tangled up a little bit. I don't think he can provide that. I think he wants the gate. The house got listed for sale 3 weeks after he applied for the permit. So when you listen to that hearing, that was a guy living in the house with his family, playing ball with the kids out front as cars and trucks are flying through there and causing a dangerous situation that this village never had to address with the previous owner. It happens with people who live on corners. Other things happen to people who live on corners as well. The trash and all the things you deal with. It's not the only property in this village that has a driveway that cuts through a corner. Janie Anderson's here. Hers is the exact same way. The people across the street from the applicant are the exact same way. I almost said I'm sorry to say this, but I'm not sorry because it's the truth and I'm just going to say the truth. And sometimes the truth is tough for people to hear. I don't believe the applicant when he gives us his testimony. Based on what he said to us the first time, how he characterized everything and how he came in here this evening and tried to repaint that picture for us, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. He told us what he thought we wanted to hear so he could get the yes. He got 3 commissioners to say yes. I think he got 4 actually. I think I was the only no. And we all know that the request that he's making for a 6-foot metal fence is not the minimum requirement. It's not even close. So for that reason alone, regardless of whatever else we think about it, we have to say no. We don't have a choice. Residents, we don't have a choice. These are the rules that are in place in the village. We can't do this. We can't be arbitrarily making decisions like this, because the day we do that, then anybody can sit up here and make any arbitrary decision they want. And some of them you really may not like. We follow the rules, and we have a board that follows the rules, and we have a commission that follows the rules. It's a no for me on all 4 points. And for number 4, it's a not even close to being a maybe.
So, thank you for going through that, and questions and answers really help. It is, we do have, a charter in place and laws to follow for a reason, as well we do variances. I'm actually 100% in favor of granted the variance. I say yes to all 4 points, with the consideration that only one gate remains, which is the one that's staying on Griffin Boulevard. I'm convinced with one person just standing up that that's enough when it comes to safety. I do not wish on anybody having a truck, a car, a motorcycle go through their property and hit anybody. It doesn't matter if in this case it's your kids or it's the next kids. Safety should never be disregarded. And for me, it was very important to hear you had neighbors who've been here long time to testify that they've seen it happen to the prior owners as well. So I see it different, Mac, in this case. I do understand that this is why the reason of the hearing is for, and the variance is for. So my vote would be for granting it with the condition that it stays as it is. And I believe the 6 feet is within your rights, given the ordinance that states that after 17 feet, you're able to put a 6 feet tall gate. I don't think I don't disagree with it either. So again, it's a yes for me.
Okay. Commissioner?
That's what I would support it.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, Brad, I do have a procedural question here.
Sorry, your chance is up.
Oh, is my chance up? I can't.
No, I'm joking. Go ahead.
I understand our 4-point variance procedure. Are we allowed to consider estoppel arguments? Does that weigh bearing on this and the ramifications of our vote, knowing our estoppel argument?
The estoppel argument is really an argument for an appellate review. So I understand it's there and it's looming over the. Well, Mr. Shapiro, please. Mr. Shapiro, please.
We're in discussion. We're in discussion. You guys have had ample time. Okay.
This is discussion. This is the commission's discussion. Unlike a court, a judge goes back into his chambers and deliberates, or a jury in private. The commission can't do that. They have to do it in public. So.
To be considered by them as opposed to
Look, Counsel, please.
Sir, please, you
we
had your
covered,
moment
counsel.
to ask a
Covered.
question.
Covered.
My attorney's answering.
So to answer your question, it has no bearing on the 4 points that you have to make. I understand that is looming. If you were to deny the variance, I'll take Mr. Shapiro and his client on their word that they're going to seek appellate review. But from a purely factual basis, that has no bearing on whether the 4 corners, or not the 4 corners, I'm sorry, the 4 criteria have been met.
So with that being said, that we cannot argue or not consider the estoppel argument. For me, I see it's a safety concern. I understand the use of your property, but I do not agree that it's the minimum use of the minimum you can do to achieve your goal of safety. You could have repaved your driveway and changed it to a different color. So you're spending money on a gate. You spent money on that gate. You could spend it on repaving your driveway. The same dollars that went to that could have gone to the other project. You could close off. There's other things you could do. You could install movable Planters, the options are endless. The fact is you didn't try those. You called police once. To me, I don't see the minimum. So for me, it's a yes on the first three, a no on the last one.
Thanks, Commissioner. I will say, what I said following the first variance hearing is that I guess I see it a little differently than the other commissioners here because of my professional background. I look at this as subjective standards. And to be quite honest with the commission, I think that the variance procedures need to be reviewed. And I think they need to be changed. If the idea is that the variance is the last resort and we want it to be strict, I think it needs to be stricter. From the way that I read it, I read it as, I mean, quite frankly, I understand not everyone sees it this way, but I read it as a low bar to me. So I would advocate that this board review the variance procedures in the 4 criteria, maybe adding criteria, changing them to make them stricter. Because from what I've heard on the record, that was in the record before on the first variance hearing, I would find that the 4 criteria have been met. And again, that's not necessarily a comment on how strong this was, but it's a comment more on the procedure, on the way that I see it. I see that the procedure is just a low bar, and I think it needs to be revisited, and I think it needs to be strengthened, quite frankly. So that's where my decision comes from. It comes from the procedure there. Sorry, can you hear me? Oh. So that's why I would find that the 4 criteria are met because of the strength needed to meet those 4 criteria. So I would find in favor of the 4, with the caveat that, same caveat that Commissioner Amsler mentioned, that the same gates stay. And then I would advocate that this board revisit the variance hearings, items and that we strengthen them. If that's the desire, if the desire is to make it more difficult to meet. So, I think we've heard from everyone. Unless there's any other follow-up, we'll go ahead and move it to a vote.
May I ask a procedural question? So it's going to go to a vote here. First of all, Chris, while I have your ear, Chris, there's no TP in the ladies' room, so I just want to make you aware of that. I just sent you a text. Sorry to interrupt, but I sent you a text. Somebody asked me. There are 4 of us here this evening because Art's absent. So someone's going to make a motion, and if that motion is tied, which it sounds to me like it's going to, then the motion fails.
Fails, which means that the original granting of the temporary granting of the variance would remain.
So the variance as it's in place now would remain.
Everything would remain status quo, correct?
Okay. That's what I
So
needed to understand that.
If there's a motion to approve it, as conditioned, or because right now, the actual motion is for the 2 fences, for both sides. So if it were to be approved with the condition that it's only on the 1 street and put to a vote, and it was 2-2, or an against, then the motion would die. It obviously would most likely die in the other direction as well if somebody made a second motion, which means that the original variance that was granted would remain in place.
Not the original variance that was requested.
No, it
Not
would
the
be
2
exactly
gates, so
that.
what
The
we would
best
just
way
be
to
as
put
we
it-
stand yesterday.
The best way to put it is status quo would remain. It's as if the commission,
Never had this
the
here.
commission's decision that was made back in March or April, whenever it was, would remain in place. The applicant's fence will stay as is. He doesn't get to put the other fence up or anything else. It just stays the way it is.
Okay, so then the motion,
Before we make a motion, I have a question.
Yep.
Because we can grant conditions to this agreement. I remember we granted the condition of only 1 gate in the previous variance. If we make a motion that it's grandfathered in, but if it ever dilapidates above 50%, if it's destroyed by an act of God or something like that, that it not be put back, is that something that we could?
No, because if you're making a finding that there's a condition, the conditions exist to grant the variance, which, and those conditions, that variance runs with the property, not with a specific owner. So once the variance is granted, it's granted.
Kane wipes it out, he can put another fence.
He can, same thing, he could only put up exactly what was there previously.
okay, well then, based on what it sounds like, the motion doesn't even matter because if we have a 2-2 vote, then it goes back to status quo, but
Just for the purpose of the procedure, I think we need a motion.
yes, of course.
A
So-
second and put it to a vote.
Okay, so then the motion that I'll put forward then is to approve under the circumstances that the Commissioner Amsler set that the only fence, that not both fences be put up, the variance for both fences, but variance for one side on the Griffin side. Does that sound correct?
That sounds correct.
Okay. So do we need roll on that?
We need a second?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you going to second it?
Second, I was gonna
Then we
motion.
sorry. And then, Madam Clerk, if you can take a roll. Yes.
Mayor Gross,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Huntington,
No.
Commissioner Ansler,
Yes.
and Commissioner Kennedy.
No.
You have a tie vote. Motion dies.
Motion fails.
Motion fails, with a tie vote.
And does that conclude the matter?
Unless there's another motion, which doesn't seem like it would make much sense, but unless there's another motion, the item fails.
Okay. Okay. The variance hearing is completed.
You're left.
There's nothing further on the variance item. Okay, so that concludes our variance hearing. So let's get back to our regular commission agenda. We left off with public comment, which is number 6. So our public comment is directed to the remaining items on the agenda that we have before us, and this is the amended agenda. So I will open up public comment right now for folks here in the log cabin first, and we'll go to Zoom second. But we'll go ahead and open it up here. Please remember to state your name and address, and public comment is limited to 3 minutes.
There's nobody else. Do we got extra time? Gary Kuehl, 777 Northeast on 11th Street. Got a couple of things. I'll make it quick. The last commission meeting, there was a discussion of settlement of the Village Hall. I don't know if that was based on an engineering report or what the background for that was, but there was some bids made, and if those bids were received, if those bids were simply random bids without any kind of criteria for that, they're kind of meaningless. I do recommend that an engineer be brought in. We have a consulting engineer. I think, you know, like termites, it's not something you ignore and hope it gets better. 13A concerns irrigation and enforcement of restrictions on watering. And I believe the recommendation was to have the county enforce it. I think that's going to be ineffective. The county is supposed to control hat racking of trees. They don't, even if you call them, they never show up. And we made several calls and they've never come out. We gave up on it. So I don't think that's going to happen. They don't even have the manpower to do that. 13E, the plans process and things that slip through, and Commissioner Kennedy was questioning how that happens. I don't understand that. I've been in the construction industry for 40 years as an architect. I've submitted innumerable plans to small municipalities, large municipalities, and I've never had an agency that I thought I had an opportunity to slip something through or change it after the fact. There seems to be a real breakdown in the process, and I'm disappointed that CAP isn't here, and they certainly should be called on the carpet. Typically, what I see today is that every comment and every requirement is put in writing, and there is only one set of plans, meaning there isn't the opportunity to keep shifting things. It just doesn't happen. You make changes to specific things, and that individual sheet is what changes, not a full set of plans. Also, one thing I really don't get is how ineffective apparently our inspections are. Just to give one example, Barbara and I have witnessed, I believe it was 5 pools that were constructed in the village. First of all, none of them had adequate construction barriers. OSHA requires any excavation deeper than 6 feet has to be protected.
That's time.
What? Okay, just to conclude. Okay.
Thank you.
Barbara Kuehl, 777 Northeast 111th Street. I don't even want to talk. Many, many times, we've seen pools being constructed. They have a piece of a board strung across the front. It's not an adequate protection. The other thing we've noticed, even on our street, pools are put in, a fence is put up, and it does not have the required gate, the self-locking gate that's required for all pools. You tell me how a pool gets a final inspection from a building inspector, and he sees a gate that isn't a self-locking gate, and he gives it an okay. I have reported this so many times. I can't, I've just given up. This village, the building department, I don't know what they're doing, but they don't follow up with things. Nobody seems to really care because we've gone through so many chiefs. The last chief, he was going to be on this. He was going to be giving out citations, working with the department, the code inspection department. Nothing gets done. And the pool gates have not been changed. You can see them. The gates are open. A pool gate is not supposed to remain open. There are a lot of things that are when you apply for a fence permit, every fence permit should ask the question, do you have a pool? Because if somebody applies for the fence after they apply for a pool permit, they could send it to P&Z, install a fence that doesn't meet the requirements. P&Z wouldn't know that there's a pool there because they wouldn't ask. And that should be an absolute question, and it should be followed up. And if somebody is getting a pool, they shouldn't even give them a pool permit without having some type of fence permit in place that meets the standards. This is a life safety thing. Our village is so lax. You'll wait until somebody falls in the pool. It could be an older person or a kid, and then maybe somebody will worry about it. But it's like talking to deaf ears when you report this to code, to the building department, to the manager, and to the police department. I've been through all of them. So good luck.
Hello again, Jean-Louis Narboni, 764 Northeast 111th Street. I'm definitely not here to ask for a variance. I see a little bit how sensitive a subject, but I'd like to know how we can make a change to an ordinance regarding the swales. We received a few months ago a citation or notification to remove little yard sign that was saying stay off the grass. They were little 6x9 signs, and we were told that we needed to remove them. And since we're responsible for maintaining the swales, yet we're not really supposed to even put a little sign, I wanted to know what can we do? So I drive a lot during the day, and I saw Miami Beach. Many cities have different things, and I'd like to know here, the village, what we're allowed to do, what we're allowed to put, what we're not allowed to put, because I don't think a planter would necessarily, fix, although they look nice. I don't, so I just want to know what's the procedure, or how do we go about making a change or asking for guidance on what we're allowed to do and not do on the swales.
Thank you.
Hi, Debbie Sanchez, 925 Northeast 117th Street. I'm here, can you hear me?
Maybe lean forward just a touch.
I'm sorry,
But
closer?
there you go.
There. I'm here, June 10th, we received a courtesy notice from Code. We had put up little planters and 2 reflectors because we have a major construction right by my house. They're running over my driveway is not even 2 years old. They run over the driveways. They're tearing up the part of the swale. It looks bad. So I put those there, and it deterred them. So I took them down and I moved my plants. I had some planters with flowers and I moved them back. And so what happens, I get on my ring and I see them driving over my driveway. We see have tire tracks, but I have pictures to show where my driveway is, along with where the construction. I mean, some people that you don't know where I live, but that's the problem I'm having. I believe in rules. I believe in following rules, and I know the swale and all that other rules, but I want to protect my property. And I'm just asking if there's a temporary thing just while we're dealing with this mess and it taken down when the construction is done. They go in all hours. Saturday morning, my bedroom's right near the construction, 7 in the morning, they're out there working. They're out there before 7 on weekdays. I call code, nobody calls me back, so I was told I need to call the police department. I want to follow what I'm supposed to do. Am I supposed to call the police department? But I'm asking, I want to protect my property and I don't want to keep it there, but they've already destroyed my fence. I have a wood fence, and with the little thing they're driving around moving dirt, they broke my fence in 3 places. I've talked to the manager and he said he would fix it. They temporarily fixed it. Will they do it when it's all done? He promised us the other day. Yeah, I'll fix it. I'll fix it. My neighbor across the street, they tore up her sod, brand new sod. She put the little domes that code told me to put. They ran right up over the domes, tore up her yard because they're turning around. We have a median in the street and they can't get those big trucks maneuvered. So they're damaging our property. So that's all I'm asking, is if there's just something temporary until it's done. Nothing ugly, nothing gaudy, just even if I could keep my planters there on the corners of my driveway. And if you want to see the pictures so you can see. Yes? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so because this is still part of public comment, we can pass them down from the commission.
That is time.
Yeah, you're done. So we can pass the photos down to the commission if that's all right. Okay, thank you.
I don't think it's on.
Sounded like it.
Yeah, that's on. Cool. Janie Anderson, 11905 Northeast 11th Place. Starting with item 13A, increasing the manager purchasing authority. Again, it just seems kind of soon, and that is such an important fiscal constraint for responsibility, for follow through. I just, not yet. I hope you would consider long and hard before you would grant that increase in purchasing authority. Landlord permit. Look, obviously, if we can amend it to go along with whatever the state is requiring, please go that route and not repeal. You have to figure in a city our size, what do we have, 1,250 living units? More than 20% of them are rental. You really don't want to give up even a small amount of control. Sure, landlords don't like it. It's an extra bill. It's an extra level of accountability. But the inspection itself is only looking for minimum housing standards. And again, if there's any way that amending will work, you need to keep that level of control. The building permit standing operating procedures. The scariest part to me is if we aren't finalizing permits along with what was the approved plans. Because if we're just doing it visually or whatever's happening, that could account for why so many of the new builds look like they overwhelm the property. I mean, the size and location on the lot has got to conform with what was submitted and approved. And maybe it is, but look at some of these. They are just overwhelming. The irrigation. If most folks are like me, we know those irrigation rules have been around for a long time, but you don't really think about it until there's a water emergency, until it's publicized on TV and everywhere else. So whatever route you guys go, please make sure there is a massive publicity campaign out there. It's not fair for people to end up with significant fines and dealing with the county. As far as commission liaison to boards, the code board, of course, as you guys all know, has a very definite mission and goal, but I would still absolutely welcome a commission liaison. I'd welcome all of you there at every meeting because it's too critical and too hot button for you to get your information secondhand, anecdotally. You need to see, how do we operate? What cases do we get? What's the procedure? How are we working?
That is
with-
time.
How are we working with all the stakeholders? And you can only do that if you're there. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening again. Gage Hartung, 1029 Northeast 114th Street. Just a comment to the residents that spoke today. Our code does provide for protecting your swales and right-of-ways by the use of domed markers. It is one of the items that is approved in our code already, and the residents can go ahead and use it. There is a requirement for spacing of them, but there is a mechanism in our code already that could be utilized by residents to protect their right-of-ways, which is village property. And then we also have a signage code that prohibits signs pretty much throughout the village also. But anyway, just wanted to touch base really quick on, developers have us in their sites. They're coming in here. This was just a case in point of a developer who asked for a variance and got it. They just have to come in with a soft story and, they get to change our codes and do what they want with their property. And people fall for it and they get these variances. So I actually, I encourage and would like to see the tightening of the variance code because it is too easy because at P&Z, we hear it all the time. People like, oh, I can't put my fence there, so I'm going to go get a variance. And then you're like, well, no, that's not the way the code is supposed to work. Is you're supposed to be, the variance is the last resort in getting, and you can't figure out any other way of doing what you want to do on your property. So, I highly would welcome that and would be willing to work with the commission as the planning board to help with that language. And then to end on a happy news. The owner of the log cabin on 121st Street has approached the planning board and has announced that he would like to incorporate the cabin into the new design of the property. So he hasn't come in with any plans yet, and it's very encouraging that he wants to maybe incorporate it as like a workshop or a studio or some kind of like playroom on the back of the property instead of taking it down. So so there is good news on that front, and it's applauding to him that he's actually looking to work with us and possibly save one of our log cabins and use it as a feature when he does sell that property, because he is a developer. Not all developers are bad. So he is a developer, and he is looking to a way of marketing that property and having a historic 1934 log cabin would do so. So that's a little bit of good news for us tonight. So thank you.
Thanks, Gage. Any other comment here in the log cabin before we move to Zoom? Seeing none? We have any on Zoom?
Ms. Grugan?
I'm coming, hang on. Okay. Jill Grukin, 12010 Northeast 11th Court. I am here today as president of the foundation, and I'm going to comment on agenda number 14C and 14E. 14C is an item from Commissioner Kennedy, and 14E was at my request and was put on the agenda by Mayor Groth. It's just the foundation is looking for affirmation or confirmation or not from the commission about our rec center project, seeing as there's been a little bit of conflict recently. So we just are seeking a little bit of clarity on what things we need direction from the commission or from the village manager or from the rec center manager as we go forward with our rec center project, so we can avoid misunderstandings in the future. And I did want to say that the ideas from Commissioner Kennedy about having like a liaison person from the commission attend different board meetings and have someone assigned to certain boards, I'd support that. I think that's a good idea. And I think it's a good idea for the boards to submit reports to the commission as well. It's hard because there's not a lot of time, right? Even for me, I love the idea of submitting reports. I every month I plan to do one, even though it's like not required and I can't seem to find the time. So time is an issue, but I still think it's a good idea. So I support those ideas and I would just like the commission, if, I don't know if you guys are gonna have time tonight because it's getting late and there's other important things that you guys have to deal with, but I just wanted to sort of express what we're looking for from the commission. We just need a little guidance in order to avoid confusion in the future. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we have one more on Zoom.
Ms. De Leon?
Hi, good afternoon or good evening. I don't know. It's afternoon still here. My name is Anna Daly and I live at 655 Northeast 115th Street. Sorry, I can't attend in person. We're in the middle of rural Wisconsin. But I just wanted to introduce myself to the commission. I did speak at a commission meeting, I believe it was in April. But I'm speaking tonight because I submitted an application for the Parks and Parkways Board. So I wanted to officially introduce myself. My family moved to Biscayne Park in part because of the tree canopy. And we have really found it to be an amazing place to raise our family. We love the neighborhood's tree-lined streets and the medians, the park, the butterfly garden, and even that, I call it the secret pocket park over by the train tracks. I've been wanting to be more involved in the community for a while now, and I see this as a great opportunity. And I hope you consider my application.
Thank you. That looks like that's everything on Zoom. So we will go ahead and we will move on to if there's any commission reply to comments at this time. So I'll go ahead and open up to the commission if there's any specific reply we'd like to discuss.
I'll go ahead.
Okay.
I wish Barbara Cool would have stayed because I wanted to respond to her pool concern. That's a concern of mine as well. Learned an unfortunate circumstance when I put in our pool in 2019. The contractor came to me and he goes, "Do you want a pool fence to protect your kids or do you want just one to pass inspection?" And I said, "I don't understand the question." He goes, "Well, it's a matter of cost. I can put the cheapest thing in that you could afford to just pass inspection, or I can put one that actually protects your kids." And I said, "I'm going to put that there until they're 18, as far as I'm concerned, as long as it protects my children." But what I learned from that is once you have that pool fence, the one that's immediately around your pool, the wooden fence around your property becomes a non-issue. And a person could put it, a final inspection can be called, clear the final inspection out. The person could then the next day remove the fence and no one would know. Code is not allowed to go in the backyard to check to make sure that that fence stays up. It's an unfortunate circumstance, but that is the property owner's decision if he wants to violate after the final goes away. That's that. Swales, I agree. Our prior commissions addressed swales. I think it needs to be relooked at. I know it's a bad time in our legislative year to look at it with budget coming up and elections. I don't even think if we started right now, we'd get through it before election season, but it is something that hopefully we can get to because there's property owners that want to protect their swales and they spend money to develop their swales and I think they should be able to protect them.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do we have any other specific reply to comment at this time?
Yeah, real quickly, I'm going to just agree with Ryan on that point about the swales. We need to bring that item back, and I intended to bring it back, and then I thought it's budget time, and for the exact reasons you just said, I'm not going to bring it now because it'll just be something that gets pushed around agendas and doesn't get addressed. But first order of business after the budget's done, we really need to get on that because it's partially done. The village spent a lot of time on it already, employees and the commission. And we do have lots of examples. I've talked to the people that were here today, and I just heard from another one today who's not here at the meeting about the exact same topic. And it's construction vehicles and delivery trucks and ruining the swale. And he got cited because of something he tried to do, and now his yard's torn up, and it's unfortunate. We need to address it. And just to make sure anyone who's listening, Gary Kuehl left, but Cap is here with us this evening for that conversation. So we will get to have a robust conversation with them. And thanks everyone for commenting.
Thanks, Commissioner. Amsler, anything at this time? Okay. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and get to our reports, and we can start with our finance report.
Before we jump into that, commission with Kat being here, would you like them to respond to any of the public comments at this point?
Do we have them coming up for any specific items?
It's late in the agenda,
Okay. I would be all right with having them come up if they wanted to offer any comment at this time. And the rest of the commission be all right with that? Since we might not get to the items.
Yeah, I'm not certain which of the comments kind of applies to them. I mean,
Is there
we
anything
haven't
that,
discussed anything yet for them to comment on, so I'm not.
let me ask you folks this, is there anything specific that stands out to you that you would be able to comment on in case we do not get to you this evening?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Manuel Salazar. I'm your acting building official and in absence of Pedro Martinez, who's on vacation. And I think the gentleman, the commissioner here said it very well. You know, the Florida Building Code is a minimum standard. So yes, he is absolutely correct. You can put up a pool barrier, which is a very minimum cost to the pool. It will pass inspection as per the Florida Building Code. They can pull it out the next day, and you're absolutely right. I think, you know, personal responsibility has to measure into this. When you're gonna go
Sorry.
above and beyond.
Sir, can you just check on your mic? I'm not sure.
Give it a tap.
Sorry,
Talk right in it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, is that okay?
There-
That's fine.
So, you know, again, the Florida Building Code is a minimum standard. Everybody is entitled to go above and beyond, as the commissioner said, and you put the locking gates, you know, the alarms on the windows, et cetera. There's a lot of ways of taking care of the pool, but at the end of the day, they pass inspection, and unfortunately, you know, we're not responsible for what happens after. The only thing that any building official can always attest to is that at the time of the inspection and when it was approved, the job matched the plans and it was compliant with the Florida Building Code.
Okay. Appreciate the additional comment there. Is there anything since Mr. Manager, you asked if they wanted to come up, was there anything specific you had in mind? Was there anything that they wanted to comment on about the item? I guess we'll just wait until we get to your item then.
No, the only reason I asked if they should come up is because we had those several comments from the commission as well as the residents on code and building.
Understood. Okay. Well, thank you very much for that. So we'll work down to the item and hope you can stick with us. Thank you. All
right.
So go ahead.
Finance.
So let's go ahead and jump into finance, Mr. Manager, please.
The first report that we have was the auditor report. We just completed an audit, and I believe we have somebody on the line with us on Zoom to speak to us regarding that.
That is correct. My name is Elias Rodriguez. I'm a manager with Caballero Firma and Llerena Garcia. I don't know if you guys want a full presentation or just for me to keep it short and sweet, just for reporting the reports.
If you could give us a summation, I think we would appreciate it. And then if there's any specific questions, we can go to that. Just we appreciate you being here and not to take away from your time with us, but we do have quite a bit to work through. So please.
No worries. Okay, so I'm just going to read the auditor report. Just a recommendation for your financial statements. If you are to read the full package, I do recommend you go through the management discussion analysis. There's a lot of useful information in there. It's, in my opinion, probably the most understandable and most interesting part of the financial statements. Everything else, the notes to the financial statements, it's more detailed, a detailed view of the financial statements. It has additional disclosures that you can look through, but the management discussion and analysis, it provides a comparison from one year to the next. So definitely, don't skip that part. The independent auditor's report, I'm just going to read the opinion paragraph. In our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material aspects the respective financial position of the governmental activities, the business type activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information of the village as of September 30th, 2023, and the respective changes in financial position and, where applicable, cash flows thereof for the fiscal year then ended in accordance with accounting standards generally accepted in the United States of America. The financial statements were presented fairly. This is an unmodified opinion, which is the only opinion you would like to be associated with in an audit. I'm going to skip through to the compliance section, which is in the back of the financial statements, and that's where you will find the section for findings and the Yellow Book report, which is a report on internal controls. I'm happy to announce that we have no findings for the audit. And that's great news. The second thing I would like to present, other than the financial statements, is the communications to those charged with governance. This is a letter that's provided, that's given to those charged with governance, which is yourselves, at the conclusion of the audit. Once again, the letter indicates that there are no findings for the audit, and additionally, we did not have any significant disagreements with management, and pretty much our dealings with management was smooth during the course of the audit. And we want to, on behalf of the firm, we want to take a moment and thank Sharon for her help with this. I worked with Sharon in the past for, I want to say, the first three audits. Yeah, it was 3 audits, and she's great. So I just want to give a nice little thank you for her. And yeah, if that concludes my presentation, and I'm open for any questions if you may have any.
Great, thanks, Elias. So I'll go ahead and I'll just open it to the commission right now if there's any questions that you'd like to discuss with him when we have him on the line with the audit. Or if there's any further, no? Okay. No, nothing, no? Nothing, Mr. Manager? Okay. Well, Elias, listen, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time. Sounds like it's all good news. So if there's anything else, I'm sure we'll reach out, but thank you very much for spending some time with us tonight.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So is that all we have for 8A, Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and we're gonna move, we moved 8C to the bottom, so our next would be code. So we'll go one by one, but let's do our best to be brief since we still have an agenda to get to. Are there any questions about 8B from any of the commissioners?
Just one quick point before we jump into 8B. As I had emailed the commission earlier, the actual documentation included in the backup was the wrong documentation. It was a documentation for May. So what I have done in our brand new report section on the website, the actual current report has been uploaded there for your review.
Okay, great. Commissioner Kennedy?
Couple of quick things regarding code. Chris, we were notified, the residents were notified as well, that the code department would be helping to conduct some post-flood inspections to use for FEMA. Did that go as planned, and did you get everything that you needed to provide to FEMA?
Just want to point of correction on that. Miami-Dade County asked us to send out representatives to determine an approximate level of damage to determine whether or not FEMA might be able to come in. So this was not an official FEMA inspection. This has nothing to do with FEMA. This was just the preliminary. Our code compliance officers were able to go out that day and the next day to complete what they needed to complete for Miami-Dade County.
Right. I saw that it kind of pulled them from some of their official duties and that needed to get done. So everything went well. Cool. In a couple of sections, there were some information kind of combined that makes it difficult to see to get a clear picture of what's going on. In one section, the landlord and short-term rental inspections are lumped together. Just my opinion, it would be nice if we could see them split, because I don't know how many of those were landlord inspections to Ryan's item later on tonight, and how many of those were short-term rental inspections, unless I'm not reading that. And then in another section, it was citations or violations, whatever you call them, for renting without a permit/license. One of those applies to rentals and one applies to short-term rentals. And I think it'd be nice to be able to see them separate so we know what code is out there citing for. And then a resident asked me this question, and the resident is not here, was here and left, but I'll ask the question because I thought it was an interesting question that I had not thought of. The code department has expanded in the past year and a half, whatever amount of time. We have more employees in the code department than we had prior, and we got some people certified, and we're really beefing that department up. And that resident asked me if we've looked at any data that shows that how that department is being more productive, given how it's changed. So I'm not asking you to show us that now, but I thought it was an interesting question. I don't know if any of the rest of you have thought of that either, or had anyone ask you about it, but I think that would be an interesting thing for us to see how the code department is doing compared to how it was structured before. You have done some some nice improvements in there, and it would be great to see what the improvements are doing for us. Those are my only comments on code.
Okay, Do we have any other comments for the code reports at this time?
I just had more of a question again. Today, we heard someone with issues that are either out of hours of code or requiring an immediate sort of assistance. Is still the recommendation that they call the non-emergency, police number, 305 for police. And in that case, a police can instruct later on to code that there was some sort of a violation at the spot. That would be the most efficient way you still recommend to do.
Yeah, if I may take just a moment to address the larger issue with that. So our code department is not an immediate response agency. We don't have a dispatch center. We don't have somebody standing by phones to send officers out. They may be able to respond to something right away. They may not. They may be out working on something else. So if it's an immediate issue, so life and health, noise, blocked roads, safety, those sorts of things, they need to be called into police at 911 if it's emergency, or 305 for police if it's not. If it is a situation that might be citable by code, we can use the police report. Forward that. In fact, it just happened today. Forward that to code for them to take later action on. But we cannot, again, code is not an immediate response agency. If it's an urgent issue, it has to go through the police.
So some of them are time sensitive. So just to give you an example, the lady that came today, the resident that spoke about with the pictures, the construction is actually going over, even the domes are within our code to have, trucks are going over that and ruining their lawn. Would you call the police in that case?
Yes.
Okay.
Chief, can I put you on the spot for this one?
And
So
that's why I bring it up. I know I'm getting into, we're not going to go into every detail on every ordinance and where it qualifies. I'm sure it's a base, by base sort of a situation to assess. But there is a time sensitive requirement when, neighbors have issues and these issues have, whether it's blocking a street, obviously that is a main safety concern. You got to call and someone needs to answer to that. And that I understand would be police, but there's some cases as this, whether unless you see that happening, then you can't really claim to anybody. So at that point, you're still police officers doing a lot more than just going door to door, make sure ordinances are being met. That's the rule of code. So how do you measure that, make them both effective in a way? I guess that's my question.
The short answer is life, health, and safety goes to police. Anything other than that would come in as a code complaint. So there are a few asterisks with that. Noise, for example, we've gone round and round with noise issues. Code can issue a citation or a violation rather, to the property owner based on a police report. So code is not going to be here at 11 o'clock at night or 6 o'clock in the morning. If there's a noise complaint, they need to call the police. The police can come out if they witness the same situation. It'll be documented, and then that gets forwarded to code for enforcement. With something like the tire tracks on the tire tracks on the yard, that's not something that code can cite for, because I'm not saying this is the case, but anybody could have put them there. It might not be the construction company across the street. And Chief, the reason I asked you to pop up, does this fall under, I don't know, vandalism, something?
Not per se the vandalism, but if we can get there in time and catch them in the act, we can possibly write them for citations of driving off the roadway or maybe one of the traffic violations itself. But we would have to catch them in the act actually doing it. So that would be something I would recommend them to call the non-emergency number and get our personnel out there.
While we're on the topic, Chief, are you able to take a conversation? If you have photos or videos, now I know witnessing it in person is different than witnessing it on a photo or video, but do you know, as we sit here today, whether you're able to write a citation based on that sort of evidence?
No, sir. Traffic violations would have to be witnessed by a police officer.
Got it.
And the same holds true for code violations. They have to see it in action.
That's why I bring this question, but a lot of that, happens. And then we've had residents come forward, say they're waiting 40 minutes and nothing gets done. I understand police might be busy with an operative. It might be that code is in the other side of the village at the time. we don't have an immediate response team. But then at the same time, that sort of defeats the purpose of having someone to enforce that, so it doesn't happen again. So I understand it has to be measured. I've just received a lot of those immediate sort of call. They're not emergencies per se, where they will call one, they kind of borderline on whether to call the police, like the resident that was confused. What do I do? Do I really want to bother the police officer about this? It seems to be a code issue. And more if it's recurring over and over, over private property and you don't know who's responsible for that. So I think it's, I want to keep saying the right information when this is being asked. Because I doubt myself sometimes. I'm like, is it right to say that you can call 305 for police? And I guess if that's the answer, of course, life altering, and as you said, any sort of dangerous situation, or even if it's not an emergency, will come first. Then any violation can be requested through the police department.
Yes, ma'am. If they ever hesitate on whether they're called, I would recommend them just to call us. We'll respond. Obviously, if numerous calls come out at once, it would go by the alarm number for it, a 1 to a 3, depending on the severity. The likelihood of that is kind of rare here, knock on wood. But if they ever have a situation where they, should I call, just go ahead and give us a call. We'll come out. If we can deal with it, we'll address it. If it's just documenting to a report to get it over to code, we will do the same.
Got it. And
So
then
we'll
you're
address all.
dispatched in order of, like you said, an emergency, right?
Yes, ma'am.
One,
So if
two.
there's no calls, they'll dispatch, where there's always going to be by law 2 policemen out at all times unless one's at the jail. So we'll be happy to go. If there's like a vehicle crash with injuries, that will bump any like code violations or disturbance or domestic, that will bump it. So we would have to deal with those first, but we don't get too often multiple calls at the same time.
And do we still suggest people do this by calling through the number, not knocking on the door in the police department?
Yes, ma'am. During non-business, the front lobby is now open during business hours. So they can always come to the department and we can help them there. After hours, it's only usually the 2 officers in the village, so they would need to call through dispatch. It gives us a couple things. One, it dispatches them rapidly, and Miami-Dade County runs our dispatch, so it gives them there may not be anyone at the station, so we rather than call the county and then it logs it, gives us our CAD records, and it creates the call.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a quick follow-up if I may. So that all makes sense, and we've been told by previous chiefs to do the same thing. Call the police and let the police decide if a response is required, not just easier just to say, call the police. Let me give you a hypothetical, and it goes back to what Vero just said. Someone witnesses something, and them witnessing it cannot be used as evidence for a code violation. We all understand that. Well, residents may not always understand it because they provide us photographs and videos and can't use that. But if they call the non-emergency police number and one of your officers responds, and let's say there's a gigantic construction vehicle that went across a median, took out a corner of their yard, and there's tracks this wide from the giant tires, and it's parked right there, and they're unloading stuff off of it. It's apparent to your officer that he or she can connect dots, What do they do at that point? Because they didn't witness it. Do they talk to the people and say, hey,
Yes, sir. They would conduct an investigation into it. One of the biggest things for us when it comes to traffic violations, we have to have what we call a wheel witness. We have to have proof to pin the driver behind the wheel in order for us to cite. So that would be one of the keys. So in their investigation, they would develop if there's enough probable cause for them at that point to be able to issue a citation or a violation. If not, they can give them even a warning at that point, if anything, or document it for code.
Okay, so that brings up 2 important things that I think are really important. Number one, we don't want this to happen. We don't want to go out and finding people and citing people and giving them tickets, and we're not here to make money off of these things. But when your officer has that conversation, I imagine that can be a deterrent for those workers. Like, oh, wow, in this village, the police showed up here. That doesn't happen when we work over there, so this, we got to mind our P's and Q's here. And this topic is going to come up later when we talk about the sign. So it's a deterrent, right?
Yes, sir.
But what if that person says, oh yeah, I was driving, I drove across it, I didn't realize I can't do it. And they admit to doing it, which I'm sure people do all the time.
Sure.
can you put that in a report and that can be used to cite, like, well, the guy told me he drove over the median and he damaged that person's driveway?
Yes, sir. We can document that and we will document that in a
Okay.
report. I'm not sure on the code side what they would do or not.
Understood, but at least you could document.
Yes, sir.
That someone admitted that they did it.
Yes, sir.
Whether they knew that it was a violation of our code or not.
Correct.
They said they did it. I'm sorry, I did it, didn't realize. You would document that. Okay.
Yes, sir. That would
So
be
then,
the
then
report.
code would take it from there.
Yes, sir.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Chief, thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, so if there's no further questions for code compliance, skip over 8C. Let's go down to 8D, our unaudited financial statements for the prior month. Are there any questions? Or first of all, Mr. Manager, anything you need to point out about the financial statement?
I have nothing additional for any of the remaining reports.
Okay, thank you. So are there any questions or comments about the 8D at this time? No? Okay. All right. So let's go ahead, go on to 8E. Brad, you have a few things for us this evening?
Yes, just a few things. So just to let you all know, when we were reviewing one of our ordinances, which was 2023-09, which was part of the Land Development Code, dealing with design and improvement standards, accessory structures, fees, bonds, and charges. We noticed there were some scrivener's errors that were codified in the ordinance that was approved back in 2023. Well, I say I've listened to the meetings in the first and second read where that ordinance was approved. I have corrected the scrivener's errors that were codified. The new ordinance has now been executed by the mayor, attested to by the clerk, and signed off by me as well. And we're going to forward that to MuniCode, who's the entity that codifies your ordinances, and make sure they update that so that the scrivener errors are corrected. So that's done, and it should be done short. MuniCode should have it shortly. Also, a couple of you commissioners had asked about an ordinance from Miami-Dade County, which is up for second read, as a matter of fact, tonight, regarding, it's called, they're coining it as an impervious ground ordinance. It's on as I said, it's on second reading. I'm going to give you a brief overview. It's very detailed. It will require some changes to our ordinances, but we have plenty of time to do that. And it will put some requirements on the village when it comes to stormwater catching and things of that nature. Again, they've set this out. It's a prospective ordinance. They've put it out for the effective date way into 2025 and 26. So there's time to comply, and that was the purpose of it. But just to give you some background of what it is, basically what the ordinance does is seeks to implement a higher regulatory standard regarding drainage, impervious services, and stormwater management. And it applies to both individual lots as well as stormwater systems that affect the private right-of-ways. Essentially, there's two major components to the ordinance. One is that it sets higher standards, applies to individual properties, in particular with respect to non-structural impervious surfaces, improvements, such as slabs, driveways, sidewalks, certain types of pavers, compacted ground, parking areas, decks, pools, and things of that nature. And it also imposes standards and compliance and reporting requirements that are imposed on municipalities related to municipalities' stormwater systems. What this will affect is new construction, redevelopment, and substantial improvements to existing development. It's going to require, from the village's part, future reviews and recertification of stormwater management systems that drain runoff from or otherwise serve a public right-of-way and are operated by a municipality. Most of these requirements, as I said, will not start to be enforced until March 31st of 2025. So we do have some time. As I said, there's a transitional component to this. There is also a process with regards to the approval process for these new requirements that the county has put into place. And for the village to enforce, the village will have to create an ordinance that is either as restrictive or more restrictive than the county ordinance when it comes to this. I think it will behoove, while the village does not have to create its own standalone ordinance and the county can enforce, the problem is if the county enforces it, the director of the county's Division of Environmental Resources Management would have to be doing the approvals of plans, which will extend out your approval process considerably because they're going to be doing it throughout the county, both incorporated and unincorporated. So there is a process in place in which you can create the ordinance. It gets reviewed by the director. If the director finds that it's as stringent or more stringent than the county, they will let the village enforce, do their own inspections and issue their own permitting process as you're doing now. And furthermore, there's also a process in place where you can even do your enforcement before the ordinance itself is enacted, before the village's ordinance is enacted, but you have to put the county on, the Durham director on notice that you're creating an ordinance. And it has to be done by a certain date. If I remember, it's December 31st of this year, and that they will allow us to prospectively enforce, knowing that the ordinance is coming and that it's going to be presented to them for review. And then actually it's December 31st of this year is when you would put them on notice that you intend to create an ordinance. And by December 31st of 2025 is when the ordinance would have to be submitted to the Durham director. So like I said, there's time. There's also various minimum standards that are impacting storm runoff, storage of water, flow, discharge, ponding, flooding, quality of discharge. I'm trying to do this quickly because I know you want to get through your agenda. There's limits as to, and I'm just highlighting some of them, post-development stormwater impacts and runoffs where they have to meet. These are on single lots, on individual lots, where they have to meet the pre-development levels at the site boundaries with regards to runoff. Their concerns are runoff affecting neighboring properties. So there's protections put in place. There's minimum, I can never say the word, permeability requirements as it relates to various different types of impervious structures that are being put on the ground, even to the extent of certain pavers and the way the water can run through them. There's erosion and sedimentation controls for construction activities. There's deals with dewatering of pools and things of that nature. And as it specifically, those are all relate to property owners. So as it relates specifically to the municipality, the ordinance would require municipalities that own or operate stormwater management systems that drain runoff into the public right of way to maintain records and obtain from the Durham director recertification of the respective stormwater infrastructures. And that has to be done over periodic periods. By December 31st of 26, the village would submit to the Durham director records of relevant stormwater infrastructure assets and its maintenance. There's a recertification process that's incorporated in here that the village would have to adhere to. And then there's new standards that are set with regards to minimum retention for discharge and things of that nature. So that's a brief overview. I could probably go for a little longer, but I'm not going to do that today. We will, when it comes time to start drafting an ordinance, I will need the assistance of either our building official and our public works, because they're going to have the expertise to be able to look at our ordinance and provide some counsel for me as to what the changes need to be. So that's not really, I don't have the expertise in that field. So I'm going to rely on the experts, get with them, and we'll create what needs to be created. As I said, second reads tonight. My guess is it will pass. And because this has been a plan that's been in place by the county for several years. So
Can I ask you two quick questions about that?
if I can answer them.
So it sounds like what I heard is immediately we need to decide if we're going to write an ordinance of our own. And if we are, we have until the end of this year to tell the county we intend to do that.
Yes.
So that's our first thing we have to, and that's a commission decision?
That's a commission decision. I mean, that's a consensus.
Okay.
My recommendation would be that you do draft an ordinance.
Okay.
As I said earlier, if you leave it to the Miami-Dade County Durham director, be doing these approvals. You're at their, and it's not a slight on the county, it's just their workload.
So will you put this on an upcoming agenda for us to have that discussion to come to that consensus? You're not asking us to do that now. Well, they haven't passed it yet.
Yeah.
So will you put that on an upcoming agenda so we have the conversation and then get that ball rolling to notice the county? My second question is, in cases like this, do they provide a sample ordinance that you can work from? Or can you use theirs as the model for one?
I would
You
use
don't
theirs.
have to do it ground up.
I wouldn't start from scratch, but what I would do is, as I said, I would get with our building official and our public works director. We would go through the county's revised ordinance that they've approved tonight, assuming it gets approved, of course, and go through our ordinance. And what we would do is amend our ordinance to make sure our ordinance meets the requirements of the counties.
So immediately we need to decide we're going to do it, inform the county, and then we start our 1-year process of doing it.
Yes, I can provide to you the agenda item for the county that was on the agenda for tonight. It's long, but it's got a very detailed summary of the ordinance changes and the purpose of it. And then it's got, as very similar to how we do our amended ordinance, it's got an underlined strike through that you guys can review. So I can certainly provide that to y'all, and you can have a chance to review it, and then we can put it on. And Chris and I will talk whether or not we should have either Public Works or maybe our building official present at that meeting when you make a decision as to how you want to move forward with this once we learn that it's passed.
Yeah, if you could provide that, I think that would be helpful.
Yes, not a problem. I don't know if you all have anything that you can add to that, but
So you're waiting, sorry, because you're not speaking to the mic, it's not part of the record, but you're waiting on the county vote as well.
sorry to put you on the spot, but this is your expertise.
Yes, we're waiting on the vote as well. This has been in the pipeline for some time. Most cities do have stormwater programs, so you would have to alter your ordinances accordingly. So we'll wait and see where this comes. Again, this is gonna be something that when you build, I mean, you know, you're already going through Durham, you're already going through the county. This is just gonna toughen it up. Even when you have ordinances here at the local level, and that's gonna help, you're still gonna be held up over there. We'll see how this one goes and if they make any amendments to it.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thanks, Brad. So we'll look out for the
Yeah, what I'll wait,
red line, or the,
let me wait until we see what actually is the final version, and then I'll send it over to you with that summary.
great. Thanks, Brad. Okay, so if there's no questions for legal, other than what we've discussed, we don't have a lobbyist report. Any questions on Parks and Rec? Hearing none, okay. Public Works, I know,
Can I make a comment on Parks and Rec? So there was we didn't have Pride this month. It was one of the events that is usually led by residents, right? And there was some talk among some neighbors maybe trying to push it to July. Obviously, that had to be discussed with the rec director, and it wasn't a good timing for anybody. I think there is an opportunity there. I'm just mentioning it so that we can put it maybe for budget discussion to have it as a standalone event that the rec manages more than just hold and held, organized by the resident. Because there was a lot of enthusiasm that came, maybe trying to make it happen somehow. Of course, this always been led by a resident, and it always depends on her schedule and her availability, but she was really willing to make it work. I think we can take that out, maybe discuss at some point to make this a village, sort of an event. So just a note regarding that.
yeah, no, I like the idea, so we can bring it up when we discuss the budget there. Okay, so Public Works, I know our director is not with us this evening. Are there any general questions or anything we wanted to bring up as part of Public Works, knowing that the director is not with us this evening?
Well, I have some questions, but if I'll ask them and maybe Chris can answer them, or we'll have to defer them. So I'm looking at the Public Works report, and there are ongoing discussions with Great Waste about scheduling the larger pickups, and there seemed to be some confusion about that. I looked at the Great Waste contract, so I'm clear on what's in there. It does refer to the RFP that I could not find, so I couldn't find everything I was looking for. but there are these extra pickups and there's some confusion about that. Whether they were village-wide pickups or people requested them specifically. Chris, where do we stand on that? Because I still have people asking me about that.
The Great Waste contract allows for 4 additional pickups per year. It's my understanding in the past that the village has coordinated those quarterly, essentially. It's easier for Great Waste from the perspective of logistics, and it's easier for us to communicate that information. If we have individual residents asking for their individual pickups, as is written in the contract, it's going to be challenging.
I don't think we ever had I mean, I've lived here almost 10 years and there was never a regular pattern of that. I think at one time there may have been some community-wide pickups that were scheduled, but it was certainly not on a regular basis. So I think we do need to figure out how that's going to look because especially, I mean, it's really easy to plan in advance of storm season. You know when storm season starts. So if you plan a community-wide pickup, and the village is going to look like hell for a while because everyone's putting huge piles out that are going to get picked up. But I think we need to figure that out because we've had residents kind of get in trouble sort of on the back end and it's not clear. So will you guys communicate that back to us, Chris, your conversations with Great Waste about that? And if that's the case that we're going to do them community-wide, can we get them scheduled? Because again, we're in storm season now and we have to be careful about scheduling them and possibly having piles out when a storm does come. But and another way to look at it is it's a benefit of our contract that we're not taking advantage of. So we're not getting everything we should from the contract that we're paying for. So we're paying for these pickups. They're not happening. I think we need to figure that out. And there are people who will definitely take advantage of that, especially if we communicate it well. So I hope we can get that worked out. Chris, are you going to be talking in your report about the recent rain event and any kind of postmortem on that? I have some questions about that. If you're going to talk about it, I'll wait till then.
No, I'm not final. I have not finalized my preliminary assessment and
Or you won't be discussing it tonight. Well, then maybe I'll just hold that. Will you be at some point giving us some kind of an assessment of what happened and what could be better and all that good stuff? I know it's kind of coming up later in tonight's agenda.
It's the items on tonight's agenda are different than that. If you're looking for a preliminary report on what happened and what action we take or what action we took, that'll be coming at the next commission meeting. It's only been just a few weeks.
I understand. That's why I asked.
To put that
And I'll
together.
save my comments I'll save my questions on that until you present that. Okay. So if we have no other questions on the Public Works one now, I'm sure we'll have the director with us for the next meeting where we can discuss these items with him directly. Madam Clerk, do you have anything as part of your report for us? No? Okay. Any questions on the clerk report? No? Okay, Mr. Manager, is there anything specific you'd like to discuss or bring up as part of your report?
Nothing additional.
So I do have just one quick question for you on the first line item for the emergency generator. Talking about the cost, just given that we are in storm season, is there any action that you're waiting on from the commission to move this forward?
No action is needed. So what we have to do at this point is get the request for proposals out. Once we get those in, then they come before the commission for action.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because.
Yeah, this is on us. It's not on the commission.
Got it. Okay, just wanted to be sure. I don't have any other questions about your report right now. Is there any other commissioners have any other questions about the manager's report? One quick thing. So first of all, I'm going to say again, I like the structure of this report, and I'll say again, I like the time component being added to it. I wish it were on a spreadsheet so you could lock this thing down. It's already a little bit difficult to read because we're adding more months. And
To address that, this is the second time you mentioned that. We cannot put an Excel spreadsheet into Granicus. It converts it to a Word document.
You
Or
can't
to a
just attach
PDF rather.
You can't just, there were spreadsheets in the past, so there's no way to attach it to an agenda item just as a.
No, that's what I tried this past time around just to confirm, and it converts it into a PDF that is less readable than the PDF I have here.
Okay. I was very happy to see the B house. It looks like the notice has been posted. Well, the house that we called the B house up on 121st Street, the one that's going to be torn down. And now it's, you're going to the county in July. What does that entail? What does going to the county mean? Does that mean we start the legal process?
I'm going to have a representative from CAP answer that question for you.
Good evening, Manny Salazar, CAP building official. Yes, the case was prepared and it was presented to the county, to the Unsafe Structure Board. They're in recess in the month of July, so it is going to be heard in the month of August. And we will advise the city manager as soon as we have the date. But the case has already been turned over to them. I've spoken with the city manager and requesting his presence and whoever else may go. Because it's very important for board members to understand, property owners are going to say, hey, look, my property is trying to be taken away from me, or, this is something that's unfair, and they don't see the other rights of everybody else. When we were out, when Pedro and I were out taking the pictures for the case, we had a neighbor actually approach us and literally in tears. We had found, and we had called PD because we had found that some of the boards had been taken out and homeless people had been in there. We're being informed that there's rodents out and about coming from that house. I saw the evidence of the termites inside from pictures that I got briefly through where the homeless people had gone in and out. It's incredible. So that's where we stand, and anybody that could contribute to that on the day of the hearing would be very helpful.
So that's a public hearing. So you're saying the
That's a
public?
public
So
hearing,
when
yes.
you say people could contribute, the public can go to that
Yes.
meeting and speak?
Yes, there's public there. Anybody that wishes to go on behalf of the village, I will be there with Pedro Martinez as
Mhm.
well, the city manager. Anybody else that can go and speak to the matter. Obviously you're living here. You have a lot more experience with this house than we do. It will help because the board members only know the case that we give them and then whatever testimony we can provide.
But you don't have a date for that yet?
We don't have it yet. I will advise the city manager as soon as we get the date. It's going to be in August.
Okay. Chris, when you get that date, would you let us know, please? I'd like to know. And would it be appropriate to inform the public, like
Sure.
officially,
absolutely,
and an official communication that
Absolutely.
is coming up and you may participate and blah, blah,
Absolutely.
blah?
Absolutely.
Do you know
Okay.
if Zoom is
Brad?
going to be an option at that hearing? Sorry, Chris.
Pardon?
Do you know if they're going to allow Zoom appearances? I know sometimes with those hearings, they
Uh,
don't.
And I don't.
I'm sure it'll be on the notice, so
and
just-
normally in Board of Rules and Appeals, yes. And unsafe structures, I don't believe I've seen it in the past.
Okay. I'm sure we'll know when the notice is issued.
Mhm.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Okay, I have one other thing about, for the manager's report. So may not be the most popular thing for me to say, but I just want to make a comment about the selection of the new police chief. And I want to say it now during the manager's report because he spearheaded that campaign. And this is not a comment. Where's the chief? There he is. This is not a comment about the selection he made. It's not a comment about you in any way, but I do want to say something about the process by which the chief was selected. So the manager has the authority to hire a police chief. I don't know how much experience Chris has in hiring chiefs of police in previous positions. But Chris, you put together a panel of, I believe it was 3 other people. It was our code manager, the public works manager, and the acting police chief from North Miami Beach. And when I read that that was the group that evaluated it, it gave me pause for a second. It kind of bugged me because I don't know how much experience our code manager has, who I happen to think a lot of. I don't think she's here right now. I don't know how much experience she has in hiring a police chief. Nor do I know how much experience the public works manager has in hiring a police chief. So they didn't sound to me like the most qualified people to be making that determination. But here's what bugged me more. They're both employees of you, Chris, and they rely on you for their employment. So they have a reason to make you happy. I just think the look is bad for the manager ever to put direct reports in that kind of a role, because it just seems like an opportunity for people to do what they think will make someone happy, especially the guy who employs them. It just was a bad look. And maybe I'm particularly sensitive to it because of the reason we had to hire a new police chief. We had another scandal in this village regarding our police chief, and some serious stuff went down. And we had to go find a new police chief, and we had to do it right away. And everyone knows that something bad went down. It wasn't for good reason. It wasn't our police chief is leaving and he's finally retiring and it's time to move on to the next phase and pass the baton. No, something bad happened. It sort of feels like it was shoved under the rug a little bit. We're going to discuss it later on tonight. But in light of what happened, I think I'm particularly sensitive to things like that. And I would preferred it to have been a more robust process with some other people who had more, maybe some more specific experience hiring chiefs of police and who weren't employees of this village. It just seemed like kind of a junior method to employ to hire one of them, you know, possibly, except for the manager, the most critical role in this village. And again, chief, nothing about you being selected, nothing at all. But I just want to make that comment about the process. I'm not looking for anyone to agree. If you want to comment on it, you may, but I just wanted to state that the process felt not as robust as I would like it to have been. So
I think we can maybe get some additional commentary on it when we get down to the item and we'll talk about it then. Okay, any other questions for the manager's report at this time?
I don't have a question more than maybe ask for I know you're working on the whole flood summary. The same for the vulnerability study that is being conducted. I know yesterday was the last meeting for it. So I'd like to hear what the next steps and how that ties into any efforts that's been from the departments trying to assess what happened in the flood. Was that an opportunity to also submit any information into that vulnerability study to be considered? Yeah, I don't know if you have something for us now or you rather wait for the next month.
I can fill you in what we have so far. The vulnerability assessment and the recent flooding are two totally different things in the eyes of the vulnerability study. The vulnerability study looks at topography. It looks at which areas of the village are going to flood based on I think we went with a 100-year rain event, a 500-year rain event, sea level rise, and storm surge. So that's all it looks for. With that said, we were able to use the most recent rain event to validate the data that we have. So through the app, the comment cards and the report flooding prone areas, as well as emailing the manager, we were able to gather data from the areas that were flooding during the storm and validate the information that the consultants had about the lowest areas.
It was in certain way used to verify that this is happening exactly what people are saying.
Correct. The maps show us where we should have flooding, and then we use the event and the public comments to validate, yes, that's actually where we're having flooding.
All right. So did you get a lot of feedback from people, whether it was from the app, emails, phone calls? How did it all came forward during the flood? Because that's when it happens, right? So people realize and remember very quickly where they are standing in terms of flood after a storm like that. Did you get a lot of feedback, and how?
We received just a quick guess, I think between 12 and 15 reports during the event. People specifically reporting flooded areas for the purpose of the vulnerability study.
And assistant to the different meetings, how many people have you had so far? Or in total, because it's.
Yeah, I've had probably 25 to 30 total comments come in over the course of this, from the first public assessment or from the first public input meeting until the last. So the next steps, we finished our last public input session. Any additional comments are due to the village manager via the app or via email by Friday. Once that information is forwarded off to the consultants, they expect to have something completed by September 1st. Was it, Mr. Mayor? If I remember correctly?
So I think it was September 1st.
Excuse me, they'll have their preliminary report by September 1st. And what that report is going to show is which areas of the village and which parts of village-owned infrastructure are most vulnerable. It's no surprise the entire village is vulnerable. So we get to use that, however, for the next phase of this effort, which is implementation grants. Once we can prove which areas flood based on the topography, the analysis, and the resident comments, we can use that information to apply for those grants to implement. That could fund things in the future, such as future phases of the storm drain project, or if we look at other solutions to handling the flooding.
Did we not have any sort of support to get approved. I know that our drain project got vetoed, so we don't have any money for that. In essence, this year, we didn't get any. Did we have anything in support of the vulnerability study prior to this one being conducted now to support that? I'm trying to understand if there's going to be a more effective way to go and ask for money having this vulnerability study that we haven't had before. So we should be in a better position. That's the idea.
Yep, in a much better position. Prior to the study, all we have is anecdotal evidence. We had the manager standing on the corner saying, look, there's flooding at this location.
Yeah.
Now that we had the study completed, we have that hard data, scientific data that we can prove where we're flooding.
Okay. And the whole village.
The whole
seems to
village.
be red. Okay. All right.
Catch basin from the
Yeah, it just
25-foot ridges on either side.
They didn't paint a
Yeah,
pretty
real
picture
real
last
quick
night.
on that. If you look at unincorporated Dade on the other side of the canal, that goes up to a maximum rise above sea level of 25 feet. If you look at the other side of the tracks in unincorporated Dade, that goes up to about 25 feet. So we are in the middle essentially of a valley. So even when we only get 8 inches of rain, we are getting all the rain that's falling in the entire area because it's flowing in because we're the low point.
Got it. There is in regards to the vulnerability study, does it cover in any way the surroundings and sort of who's responsible beyond and our margin? So obviously, it's specifically, I'm going to say the train rails that we have, the train crossing over there, that have been a couple people having lots of issues on that area. Now that's private property, if I'm not mistaken, right? I'm not sure who owns the other side of the rails. Is that the county to maintain? Is that ours to maintain? Is that private property from?
The railroad itself owns, I don't know how many feet,
Yeah,
which is their right of way along with the tracks. On the other side of that is unincorporated Dade, and then on our side is private property.
the reason I'm asking is that I've spoken for a couple people that complain that there is a sort of a ditch happening. So who's responsible for the ditch? Because we can do our part, but maybe there's also surrounding us a lot that needs to happen, and that's going to be probably the answer. But who's responsible for that specific area?
We are.
We are as well.
Essentially, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's private property, so technically it's the homeowner's responsibility, the homeowner's issue. However, we as Biscayne Park are hopefully going to be able to find some solution.
No, but I'm saying on the other side of the, so not crossing to unincorporated, I'm saying between where the train goes, our border. Is it, who's owning that space?
That would be the
train.
railroad.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So we would need to work with them. That's private funding, right? That we would need to ask for help.
I think the railroad is
Or is it,
quasi-governmental. I'm not,
okay, so it's
too familiar.
complex.
yeah.
And I just wanted to bring it up as to, that's another play we need to connect with at some point.
Ma'am,
yes.
the railroad jurisdiction is gonna be like the paved area with the rock bevels. Once that stops off, you'll see the signage and then it goes into the county property for jurisdictional area.
County.
Yes. ma'am.
On the other side, not on our side, on the other side.
Yes.
All right, so something to look into when that assessment is done as to how do we talk to the right people also to put money on those areas, whoever's responsible for it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Manager. Let's go ahead and move on to the police report. Chief, do you have any brief introduction for us or just
No, sir, I won't hold it up. I know a lot of it's gonna be in the police discussion.
understood? I do have one quick question for you on the update. This isn't really specifically on there, but was curious if there was any update on the additional traffic officers.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can jump in on that.
Sure.
Chief Cabrera had originally lined up a couple of officers who were willing to do that extra traffic duty or extra traffic detail. Those officers later decided not to. After that, we lost the chief. We've been in a huge state of flux. So as soon as we get things settled down, we have plans to get that going again. We are going to have a serious conversation about funding, understanding the current state of the police budget. But we are looking to get that back up. Chief and I just today were talking about potential options.
If we had the funding secured, we could do it. We're ready to pretty much launch with it.
I guess we'll get a better idea next month, maybe.
Yes, sir.
But we discussed funding when we first, this came up because I asked you, what can we do right away? And that was actually your idea, which we thought was great, and we kind of approved it pretty quickly. But I thought the funding was already secured.
No, the funding, I had said that the administration can cover the first month, maybe two. And after that, we have to get things figured out. In the time since I said that back in March, April, whenever that was, we've had additional expenses, and the additional monies that I had available at that time aren't there for us to use right now.
And we determined that the money that's coming to us from the federal government can or cannot be used. That was a very confusing conversation.
I'm going to say cannot. I'm sure the attorney will. I'm pretty certain we can't use it for labor.
If it's overtime pay, but not for regular pay. Okay. Okay. But if we needed extra, well, they all have cars and they have their own equipment already, but it could be used for equipment and things. Okay. And I think we talked about the idea of you can't use it for equipment in one part of the department and divert those funds over to something else.
Right, that's called supplanting. So what you can't do in either the state fund or either the treasury or the justice fund is you cannot supplant, and they look at it from a macro point of view. So for instance, I'm just using a number. If the police budget is $1 million and you decide we're going to take $100,000 from the trust fund and put that into the police budget and cut the police budget by 900,000, then you're supplanting.
Got it.
So you cannot do that, but you can use the funds to supplement.
Okay.
It's just a matter of different funds have different requirements as to what you can and can't use them for.
And to Jonathan's question, can we get a more firm answer about when it might start, or when you could come to us and show us what the numbers look like? Or if you don't need us to look at the numbers, when things in flux, I get it. I'm not complaining at all about that. You guys have had a lot going on. But I'd like to know, like, when really can this happen? We wanted it, we were ready for it months ago, you know?
So I'm going to jump in on this conversation if you don't mind, Chief. We can bring the cost to the commission next month based on, we already have that information from when Cabrera was launching this. So we can bring that to the commission next month. The decision then the commission will have to make is where in the budget to cut those funds to move them into the police.
And we would do this, stopgap probably isn't the right way to put it, but kind of a short-term plan to get us through September. Let's say we, at the August meeting, we said it will start August 15th, and now you know you only need to fund it for 45 days. We could prepare for that in our budget, right, for next year, fiscal 25, that starts October 1st, and we would only need to figure out that little short period of time how we're going to fund it.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to jump in on that as well. So the commission can certainly decide for the, as you say, stopgap for the month of August and September. One thing to keep in the back of your minds, however, is if we do try this program, we need to have I'll call it a soft commitment to continue in the next budget.
Yeah.
Because if we're going to be rearranging and bringing in extra folks just for that short period, that's what we ran into last time with the Cabrera situation.
So in other words, at the next meeting, you'll have something for us to look at. We can have this conversation. You would also want to hear us say, we're committed to doing this in fiscal 25, included in the budget. And in the meantime, Brad can look into how some of that manipulation can be done with the federal money, if there's a way that that could be used somehow. Okay, I'm sorry. I knew you wouldn't like that word as soon as it came out of my mouth.
And to be quite honest, we have no idea when those funds are coming. It could be next month. It could be 2026.
And you cannot anticipate funds. So what the guidelines do not let you anticipate, so you can't budget, you can't put into your budget, well, in 2 months, we're going to get $100,000 from the Treasury Department for asset sharing. So we're going to put that into the budget. You have to have it in your account in order to use it and budget it.
I don't know if we can address it. Is that something that we can bring up I know the commission has to hear the CBA contract stuff. Can we mention? bring that budget, for the salary portions into that
No.
discussion?
This- So if we're going to have a closed door session for collective bargaining, it has to be solely collective bargaining because the public's not permitted into that. So we can't discuss any other business.
Okay. Great. Are there any other questions for the chief on the police report? Now,
I do have a real quick question, if I may. So let me get my notes here. I was making notes for August. So I think I asked this question before. You can give me a mean look if I did. Do your officers on duty have a copy of the list of short-term rentals in the village?
Yes, sir. We do send out about monthly or bi-monthly a list of the current short-term rentals.
Cool. And the reason I ask is we still get so many complaints about short-term rental situations, and I just want to be reassured that your officers are aware where it's not a surprise to them when they get a call from, that might be a party going on. Do they provide any extra sort of attention to that area, to those places, particularly on weekends when things are more typically go wrong for us?
Yes, sir. Any of the locations that they know is a constant problem or short-term rental, or if we see more than normal activity at the houses, they do monitor it more and make sure they drive by more frequently to try to deter any issues from occurring. They've also reached out sometimes and kind of preventively told them, hey, we get a lot of complaints, please keep the noise down, and kind of educated them on our ordinances before it became a problem. So we cut back on a lot of the issues that way also.
You see that happening?
Yes, sir. We've done that quite a bit, especially on Fridays and Saturdays.
Or when the pigs are rolling in for the party, the cops show up and introduce themselves and things tend to be a little calmer.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
that's awesome. Okay. I recall those days. Okay.
so a bachelorette party at driving through the village looks an odd place to have a bachelorette
Yeah.
party, but I digress.
That was a good one.
Any other questions for the chief on the police report at this time? No, hearing none. Chief, thank you very much.
Thank
Okay, so the last report we had is the commission report that we moved down. I'll go ahead and open it up to any commissioners that would like to offer a report at this time.
I'll be brief. A lot was covered already. So just recognition to the different departments after the flood. I've seen the pictures, we all seen them, and I've been right across the street from Public Works. I notice in and out at different times and different hours. So please do extend my appreciation for what they have done. The vulnerability assessment we talked about. Can we get the agenda via email and your status in Excel moving forward? That's a request. I feel like
Can get
if
what
we
is-
can get the agenda via an email, like, and not just posted.
I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought we
Oh, I did.
did. We'll double check.
Okay,
and Make
that's fine.
sure.
Are you also requesting to get it in Excel format?
Yes, no, the status that I think you mentioned as well.
Yeah. Oh,
The
I thought you
manifest
meant the
status.
agenda.
So it's just,
Yeah, that I can
it
send.
serves, if you can send it together with the agenda for the commission, since you have specific deadlines for us, I would appreciate.
That would be great. I would appreciate that too.
And then just a quick note on the idea of asking access to the aquatic center for the shores that I mentioned last time. So I did ask, I spoke to Chris about just making sure that I'm clear that we are not allowed to get in, and it was confirmed, right, by the manager of the shores.
Confirmed. Mr. Scott very politely said, heck no.
Not allowed to get in, it's what's happening now. Is he saying no to,
No to a resident rate.
okay, not to a resident? It comes as his decision or commission decision?
I didn't ask. I asked him if there was an opportunity for us to get on the resident rate, and he said, no, there is not.
Okay, I understand, because that's what's allowed now, and he's following sort of the rules. My request would be that it would be considered by the commission for us to be accepted at a non-resident rate. I'm not requesting or I'm not thinking of the idea of demanding that we be treated like a Shores resident, but we are able to use all their fields, all the different camps are happening at a non-resident rate, which it's quite extensive amount of money. I mean, everything in Miami is, and they have amazing camps as much as we do. We also have Shores resident. I did request about understanding how many of our signups for summer camps that we have are from Shores. Are we able to see that? I did request that. I didn't get an answer in terms of, is it 30%, 10%, 5%? Because my thought on that is if we have a lot of people actually using, I know we don't track absolutely everything because it's public like they do, but if our camps can be registered, maybe there is a negotiation to be built. So they are able to use ours, and I understand that the aquatic center also is very compact. They have multiple camps. So, and I'm just would like the feedback from you guys as to the right next step. Because for me was to either put it in a formal letter and have someone show up for a commission meeting at the Shores and just as a voice address this as a request for their consideration. It could have a cap of a maximum amount of residents of the village. It can have, whatever considerations they deem necessary so that the Shores obviously are treated first with the being residents, that they have the ability to enjoy it first. But that was my thought, was coming forward and allowing, if 50% of our current camp is being used by Miami Shores resident, and there is an issue with the expense per se, we can negotiate. That's something for us to discuss during budget, but at least come and ask the commission and say, this is what I've heard so many people, I don't know if you guys hear the same thing, saying, can I have access to it? And we're not just talking during rush hour times, which is summer camp now. There are people who want to have access before the summer camp start and after, just to go for a swim in the morning. Maybe it could be off hours. Really, we're just open with the idea of working with them. What I've heard is that it's not a capacity. So if it's not, and we're still paying for it, just like in any other of this provide, why not just ask? That would be my.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
I would absolutely 100% support you writing up something for our August meeting.
Okay.
And come and show it, put it as a backup, show it to us and say, this is what I would like to present to the Miami Shores Council.
Yeah.
Let us discuss it and then appoint you to be our point person on that, to go present it to them in writing, stand up at their meeting, request it, make it an open-ended kind of thing. We're open to suggestions. It could be certain hours,
Come back.
whatever.
I mean, it's a conversation with them.
I would love for you to spearhead that. I think you'd be the perfect person for that.
Okay.
I just asked to see it at a meeting so we could all have a conversation about it.
Yeah, I just want to
Okay.
make sure before I get into all of this that.
You
that's
guys cool with that?
the way. Yeah.
I'm fine with that. I just will share a little knowledge. Before you brought this last month, I actually had a conversation with the prior village manager, Miami Shores,
Mhm.
same issue. He actually was the one who negotiated the original $50,000 price with Village of Bay Harbor.
Bahar, yeah.
Bay Harbor
Bay
Island.
Harbor.
And he indicated to me that that $50,000 was set many years ago. His tenure has passed, I think, 4 or 5 years from now, and it was old at that point when he retired. And he said that the current rate now would be much higher than what they got. They're locked into an older contract.
Yeah.
So just knowing that $50,000 was locked in
Yeah.
a long time ago, the number could get substantially higher for us now. But
So for me, it's
That was
not
convo.
to go and present a number at any point. This is just to say, hey, we're next door. Your residents enjoy our facilities. We want to be able to do the same. We are currently doing it in any other place except for the aquatics. Can we have the same thing sort of extended to the aquatic? And then listen to the terms and come and back as a messenger.
Yeah.
That's so that we can have that
I
discussion.
think it's great. And then also,
my kids swim there, so I'm fully in support of it. I just want to
Love it.
acknowledge that.
Yes, I appreciate it.
and also let them remind them that a lot of their residents come here and not take advantage. They enjoy our events, and I meet a lot of people from the Shores at our events.
Oh, I mean, a lot
Sometimes
of
I feel like there's as many people from the Shores at our jazz festival as people who live in the village. It's also timely, given Chris's item that we're not going to get to tonight, who are we kidding, about this tri-village kind of emergency response topic. It's like another way for the villages to come together and kind of treat each other as sister cities and share in some of the love.
There was I had conversation with 3 members of the commission, and all of them showed to be super open-minded to having these conversations about when to connect. And I think there's so much that can be leveraged.
Yep.
So this is the first approach of a conversation. I was going to say something, so thank you. I'm not forgetting, Brad, that you've helped me with a draft of a contract. Because we went first on discussing, would we put a number to it, to your point, but we're not even there. So Brad has something sort of drafted. If, you know, we move to that stage, we can bring as part of the discussion. But right now is how can we can make it happen? That's the question.
Bring it to us. That'd be awesome. I'd look forward to seeing it. And you might want to think about putting some language in there about doing it on a trial basis. It's easy for people to say to something on a trial basis, like just, we'll try it for 6 months and see how it goes. And, you know,
And that's the idea. And then they let us know.
see how easy. Sometimes sometimes people think too big about what could go wrong. And turns out, you know what, wasn't that big of a deal.
Let's see how it goes. But thank you guys. That was it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioner reports at this time?
I have a couple of things real quickly, if I may. So I don't know if any of you saw this on Nextdoor. Speaking of Miami Shores, they had some kind of a resident education event, workshops that took place. Sounded really interesting. So if you guys want to go find that thread on Nextdoor, I know the woman who posted the original thing. And it sounded like it was very well received and very well put together. Go find that thread and read about it, and maybe it's something we might want to talk about doing at some point.
If I can add just that to your idea of like trifecta, maybe, you know, I'm not saying, you didn't say trifecta, but I'm thinking a Portal Shores.
Yep.
I mean, this would be a great benefit to anybody that wants to know how things work and key questions. Yeah.
It's kind of like a primer on a government 101, how your government helps you out and how you interact with them and stuff. I love getting ahead of things rather than waiting for things to become a problem. Vulnerability study last night was very nicely attended. That was great. Chris, those people are really sharp. I was enjoying listening to them do their thing. Will we be promoting this Friday deadline for people to get their final requests in, or reports, or whatever we're calling the data that people are submitting?
Yes.
Thank you. The app, what are we doing to increase membership in the app? When the app is brought up to people, I only hear favorable things, but not that many people know about it or engaged in it. I didn't ask before this meeting how many people are officially registered for it now, but we have it. People seem to like it. I've used it myself. It works pretty well. And I'd just like to see greater engagement in that. So I hope you have plans to do that. The budget calendar. We need to set a budget calendar. It's starting to get a little nervous. I'm looking, because I travel a lot for work, especially this time of year, and I'm looking at my calendar. I'm barely home between now and the end of September. September's not as bad, but we have workshops and hearings to have, and we have a series of them. When are we going to see a calendar for that, Chris? Or when are we going to discuss the calendar for that? Because we have to all agree on that.
That information will be coming out in the next week or so.
Well, that was a partial answer. Are we going to have a discussion about what those dates look like? I mean, are you just going to dictate to us, these are the dates it's happening?
Commission has two options. We can either postpone the process and wait until August to set those dates, or the way it was done in the past, the way that was suggested is we can throw out potential, what's the word I'm looking for, workshop dates to the commission, just as we do for any other meeting, to set those dates up.
And you're allowed to do that to us by email chain and get us to give you feedback on that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, I really want to attend these things in person, and I fully expected it would be on tonight's agenda. I was disappointed when it wasn't. But we need to get this calendar set. So do you have any proposed dates here that you can share with us?
No, first hearing by the end of July, or first workshop, I should say, by the end of July.
First workshop by the end of July? Today's July 9th.
Yes.
Okay. So that's 3 weeks for us to have our first workshop, which means we have to get it on a calendar. We have to all agree to it. We have to have materials to look at and prepare. It doesn't seem like a lot of time to me, and I'm gone all next week. I'm gone the week after that. I have back-to-back work trips. This is not working real well for me.
So remind me, when did we have them last year?
Just off the top of my head, the first workshop was end of July. Second workshop was, I think, third week of August. And then we had the 2 hearings in September, if I remember
Okay.
correctly.
So I don't know how you guys are looking for this month being the first one. For me, would be complicated as well. So I think the first workshop should be in August. Maybe it's something to put in the agenda for the August commission, since it's going to be the first week, right? And so,
August 6th is the commission meeting.
yeah, or already assign a time now to set it on the first week of August.
The August commission meeting is not August 6th. The August commission meeting is August 13th. There's great confusion about commission meetings. They were on the calendar wrong. So I hope you all have the right commission meeting dates on your calendars. I had them on mine. The village did not. This has been an enormous source of confusion, but I hope you all have those dates now.
I will check them. I don't know that I do, to be honest. So it sounds
you-
like we need to decide today.
You do have an item being heard on the 6th at 5:30.
You have a what?
An item that's going to be heard on the 6th at 5:30. You kept that,
That's the solid waste meeting.
right?
Right.
The meeting will be on the 13th, on
13th.
what that.
Okay.
item-
Okay,
Can we do
so
it then? Oh, no.
is it not possible for us to get one of these in July? Are you gone in July?
Yes, I mean, I'm going to be here, but it's going to be really hard for me to be present. Let's see what dates. Do we want to do it now? And
The week of, I'm gone the week of July 15th and July 22nd, straight through. I'm gone for 2 weeks. The last week
So
I'm
the
here.
30th?
The last week I'm here, the Monday is the 29th. I forget, do we normally do these on a Tuesday or
I
on
just
other nights? I don't think it matters.
force a habit.
Are these required to be noticed, Pamela? I mean, they're public meetings, but they don't require any special notice like a variance hearing, those kind of extra notices, just notice, okay.
What's the current date we're looking at right now?
Sorry?
The current date we're looking for? You
I
said
just threw out the 30th.
the 30th, I will be unavailable. I'm available the 29th.
The 29th, I'm available.
to be honest with you, not the 29th or the 30th.
How about the 31st?
Do the 31st.
Do the 31st.
I could also do the 1st.
Are you good with the 31st, Mac?
I can change something around and be available on the Wednesday, the 31st, yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna also suggest, because we're definitely not getting through a vast majority of this agenda tonight, that maybe we combine this with a special hearing to at least hear some of this agenda,
Yeah.
especially some timely things, because I think we're not getting through
No.
vast majority.
You're saying on July 31st, have a budget workshop and try to knock some of this out. Having done a couple of these years of budget workshops, they tend to fill up an evening.
Then we might want to look at a second date for a special
Yeah.
mission meeting, because we're not even at
Well,
consent agenda.
let's table the special agenda for now. Do we
Table the what?
want to do,
Special meeting idea.
let's get to the end of whatever we're going to be able to get to this evening, and then we can pick a date for that, I think. So right now, just 31st, do we think that that's preliminarily a good date to do our first workshop for the budget?
It would be a question also to finance, to Paul, and to see if it's ready for it. Chris, your thoughts?
That's why we couldn't start the process until we got the property rolls July 1st. So they'll be able to put something together by the end of the month for us to look at.
The 31st would be all right?
Yep, absolutely.
So is that a firm yes, Chris, or do you want us to pencil that in and you'll confirm it with us after you make sure you can, because you still have stuff to do with the information once you get it.
Set the date that you would like to set.
Wednesday, July 31st, 6 o'clock here in this room.
Works.
Parks has a meeting that night. They'll have to find another location.
It's already Parks.
Okay, and then a second, do you just want to go ahead and get a second one scheduled? Because I have the.
Second
oh, in
budget
August.
workshop, you're saying?
Yeah, workshop, because that should be in August, you said, Chris?
Yeah, last year it was mid-August, I believe.
How many weeks would you prefer, Chris, between the first and second workshop to do everything you need to do?
Minimum of 2 weeks.
Minimum of 2 weeks.
So that puts us,
Week of August 12th. That week, Am I home? Oh,
Well, the 13th is our meeting, is our,
the 13th. is
regular
okay.
meeting,
I
so
scheduled my work around that. Okay, so I'm gonna come back to the 13th. I'm just letting you know, Jonathan, I'm gonna be, if I make that meeting, I will be running in the door 5 minutes before with my suitcase in hand.
regular agenda one for August.
Regular meeting on the 13th.
Okay,
You guys would push that back to 7 o'clock, it would make me much more likely to make it. But if we did the following week, I leave town again on Wednesday, the 21st. It would have to be Monday
I'm
or
out I get back on the 21st.
Okay. And I get back from that trip on the 25th, so I could do the following week, the week of the 26th. I'm gone again. I'm gone the whole week. How about the week? Or we have a meeting on the 13th. Could we do it the next night, the 14th?
I'm available the 14th. That's good for me.
I'm available the 14th.
I could do the 14th.
We'll try it. If not, I can join via Zoom always. Okay. Yeah.
Well, would another night that week be better? How about the 15th,
I-
Pharaoh? Does that help?
I don't know. That's
We're
why
in
I
qua-
thought you had said it.
We're in qualifying that week.
I'm sorry,
We're in qualifying for elections
right?
week. I am going to be tied up if we get. I have to report to the county
Understood.
every,
Well, the qualifying period, according to what I saw, is going to run for quite a while, so, yeah. Well, we may just have to do it. Can we do it without the clerk? Oh, okay.
So do we want to set a tentative date for the 14th then
Unless you,
Your lead in.
unless you'd rather do the 15th and give us a day between our commission meeting and that, to kind of like get our heads straight.
if it's 15, I may be out of town, so at
Well, then the
best,
14th.
I would be Zoom.
And then 14th is good with me.
Maybe can we pencil it in for the 14th now and go forward as if that's the plan? And if anything changes, we'll have to adjust, but for right now, that look like the plan. Same time, 6 o'clock?
Okay, so just to be clear, the second budget workshop is at 6 PM on Wednesday, August 14th. We'll get that confirmed. And the first budget workshop is Wednesday, August 31st. So that is exactly 2 weeks that Chris said he needed to get done.
You said August 31st. You meant July.
July 31st.
July 31st and
July
August
31st.
14th.
July 31st and August 14th,
6 p.m.
Okay.
6 PM both times. Parks has to be informed that they have to move their meeting on July 31st. I don't see any conflicts on Wednesday, August 14th.
Okay.
In culture.
Is it? And we'll have to notify them.
Okay, so we have some tentative dates for that.
And then we'll do the budget hearings later.
Yep.
Okay. Pamela, when, those have to be noticed separately, right? The budget hearings have to be noticed like in the big official way. What is your, how far in advance of those do you need to notice them? And do you notice them both at the same time? Do I recall you noticing both together or each one on its own?
each one on its own. There are guidelines from the Herald, like if the meeting is gonna be on a Wednesday, I have to have it to them that Sunday, Monday. So you just have to let me know so I can.
Okay. So it's not any more than a week. If you have a week's notice, you can get it done.
Well, they do like special changes for budget.
I see. Okay. So we should, at the August meeting, we should probably have those workshops. At our August commission meeting, we should decide on those dates for the 2 hearings.
But the statute requires 10 days.
10 days.
At
Okay.
least 10 days notice.
Okay. So at our August meeting, can we just agree that we'll have those meetings decided on?
Yeah, we'll have to.
Have that put on the agenda?
Yeah, we don't have a choice. We have to. Okay.
You have to wait for school board before you can set your budget hearing dates.
Okay, so when will we have that? Maybe.
Don't know.
Well, we'll bring it up at the July 31, and if we don't have them, we'll have to bring it up again at the August, and we'll just wait to hear from them.
We have to wait for them to do their hearing. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I brought up budget calendar, so I'm glad we got that worked out. You guys, please confirm that you have all the right meeting dates for the rest of the year. There were 4 that were on the calendar on the wrong date. Okay, really quickly, we all got an email. I assume we all got an email. I think we were all on it from a resident. I don't want to say his name. He wanted to be here tonight. He's out of the country, couldn't be here, regarding a very large property going up across behind his property and how it's impacting his family and da 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 da. And he would like us to have a conversation about, not about the land development code itself. He's not really happy with how that shook down, but it is impacting him in a big way. And he would like us to talk about fence requirements or fence code in those situations to grant people more privacy. I went there to his yard. I saw it myself. It's rather startling when you're standing in his yard and looking at it and going, oh my God. And that balcony right there. Yes, your kid's in the pool, all of it. I was like, I get it. I get it. Is that a conversation you guys are willing to have? I'm not suggesting that we do anything specific. Is it a conversation? I told him that I would ask you guys, and that if there was a consensus that at least we should have that conversation, that I would sponsor it and bring it to you. But if you guys have zero interest in that, I won't bother. But I think we should have the conversation, because when you see it, when you create these ordinances and codes and things, it's all very theoretical, and we see designs and da, 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 da. And then when it happens and you're standing in someone's backyard while his kids are in the pool playing behind you, and you're like, oh my God, it's very jarring. So I would encourage you all got that email. Do you know who I'm talking about? If you don't know him, he's very nice family. Go meet with him. He would welcome you into his house, and he'd welcome you into his backyard is where he's going to take you. Are you guys amenable to having that conversation? Should I sponsor it and bring it to us for just to discuss it?
Talking specifically about changing the fence sizes?
Discussing
or just anything related to fences that might offer some more privacy?
Whatever. I don't even have an idea what I would suggest, but just bring the topic up so we can have the conversation officially.
Yeah, certainly.
Definitely agree to have the conversation. I will say that I had a conversation after getting that email. I had a conversation with the attorney as well about my idea is could we require the person putting up the McMansion to provide some kind of privacy? Maybe require them if there's a consensus amongst their neighbors to put in landscaping, put in something that allows to the immediate neighbors to regain the privacy that they're losing by the development.
Those are all things that I have on my list.
Include that in the
we could
conversation.
consider. Absolutely. Yeah. Or require them to put up a taller fence. If we say a taller fence can go up, maybe it's not the resident can, but the new property must. Lots of different things we could discuss. Okay. So I'll bring it to you guys. Okay. Thank you. So I'll let him know that. That's it.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
I'm going to keep my really short. I want to echo what Commissioner Amsler said about our village staff did a great job, police and public works. They're out there. I know it was long days, it was hard days. I'm sure you guys didn't get much rest during those days of the flood. You guys did a great job. You guys adapted and overcame from what you guys had, the situation you had. You guys did a great job. I also, very briefly, had an opportunity, was brought to me for a training opportunity for the police. If you guys are familiar with the Johnson and Wales building on Biscayne Boulevard and 125th, it's due for demolition. The building was offered for different federal agencies for training, and I have the opportunity to invite our police department to engage in some of that training. So I've met with Chris, talked to the police chief about it tonight. We're in the very early stages, but hopefully there'll be a broader drill that they can conduct in that building before it gets demolished.
Excellent. Okay, so I had a few things, but I'm going to limit it. I'm going to cut that down a little bit. I will echo the sentiment. I know you guys were out there working very hard. All of our departments were. The bib overalls were a nice touch that were brought down from Bass Pro Shops. But on a larger scale too, aside from and apart from what you all did and from what all of our departments had did, I can tell you that the manager and I, we spent a lot of time trying to weave through the issues that we had with the county on trying to get emergency response equipment and everything, after several hours and many phone calls, only to have our requests denied by the county, which was very tough. It was kind of a bitter pill to swallow. after spending all that time and getting to the point where they just said no. So I just wanted to lay the groundwork because we're not going to get to it tonight, but that's kind of the genesis of the tri-village agreement. That's why we brought it up. I can tell you, I did have discussions with the mayor in El Portal, and he seemed very encouraged by it. So we already have some support for it. The idea was kind of like, we need to start providing for ourselves. And if we can't do that alone, then maybe we can do it with our neighbors. So that's the idea. I'll keep it at that. If we get to it, I'll expand on it. A vulnerability assessment again. I know we were all, most of us were there last night. It was well attended, went well. I was very impressed with Kimley Horn as well, to echo Commissioner Kennedy's sentiments. There was one item on the manager's report with respect to EV charging in the village. I will say, and I'm sorry, EV charging in the village. I did have a very, very interesting conversation with a company that would put it all in free of charge. And it would also offer free EV charging to residents, so they're not paying for it. It comes with some caveats. The catch is that it comes with a video board, which is not necessarily within the aesthetic of the village. But there are also some really interesting benefits to having this video board, that we would get some real estate on this video board. We would be able to advertise certain things for the village. In emergency situations, they suspend everything, give us full control over it, and we can give notices for everything that we need to in emergency scenarios. So in the flooding situation, it would be suspended, and we then have a brand new digital board where we can tell everyone, this is what's going on, this is where to get sandbags.
Has to be up so it doesn't get flooded.
It's large. It's like having a big flat screen TV somewhere. So look, we're still in the discussions. It's very early, but I wanted to just say that there's there's an interesting element to that, and the free charging is certainly very interesting. But I'll bring you back some more information when I have a follow-up conversation with them. It's called Jolt. Jolt is the name of the company. So anyway, let's move on. So that concludes our report section. Let's get to our consent agenda, 9A and 9B. Do I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as it's there?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
I don't think Anna is with us anymore, but thanks so much, Anna, for volunteering. We very much appreciate it. Look
You guys remember when she came to talk to us? It was a night of Mayor Cava's event and the
Yes.
ferry houses and all of that. So yeah, that's nice that she volunteered to do it.
It is, yes. So wherever you are, Anna, thank you. All right, variance hearing we completed. So our ordinances are next, and the first one is our second reading on the municipal seal. So that one should go quick too. So it's ordinance agenda number 11A. Mr. Attorney, would you please introduce it and read it under the record for us?
An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village, Biscayne Park, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Administration, Article 1 in general of the Code of Ordinances of the Village of Biscayne Park by creating a new Section 2.1 titled Municipal Seal, providing for the adoption of a municipal seal, restricting the use of the municipal seal and penalizing the unauthorized use thereof, providing for use of the municipal seal by third parties where authorized by the village, providing for inclusion in the code and scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Do I have a motion to approve the ordinance?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Let's go ahead and open it up to public comment. Is there any public comment either here in the log cabin or on Zoom for this ordinance? No, seeing none. Okay, so let's go ahead and move it to discussion. Is there any discussion items on the ordinance at this time?
Nothing.
No? Okay, great. So let's go ahead and move it to vote. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Gross,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Huntington,
Yes.
Commissioner Amsler,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Yes.
The item is adopted on second reading 4-0.
Fantastic. Okay, great. So we've moved 11B into discussion for new business. So that brings us to our resolutions, in the first being, what time is it? It's 9:35. Okay. Just want to make sure that we have ample time to get to our time sensitive ones. But let's go ahead and let's start with 12A, which is 2024-21. Mr. Attorney, do you want to go ahead and read this onto the record for us?
A resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, waiving the competitive bidding procedures pursuant to Section 2-139 of the Village's Code of Ordinances and approving an agreement with Lien Library, Inc. for lien searches, processing, and collection services, authorizing the village manager to execute said agreement and do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for an effective date.
Okay, do I have a motion on the resolution? Before I get to the motion, then, is there anything you'd like to introduce for us for the item, Mr. Manager, or bring it to discussion?
This process started, or this concept started before I arrived last year. I believe Paul was the one that had been working on this. The short version of this is it moves lien searches and collections outside of the village. So instead of us having to, well, we can still place liens on the home, but instead of us having to wait until that home sells, Lien Library actually does some collections ahead of time to try to recoup some of those costs. The other benefit is they charge $50 per lien search. Anything over $50. So for example, we charge $40, $60, and $75, depending on the lead time. Anything over that $50, they kick back to us. I shouldn't say kickback. They pay us for that. Again, this takes work off of our staff because it's now all done by a third party, and that collection aspect is huge. Beyond that, like I said, this is something the commission had asked for prior to my arrival.
Okay, so to move it to discussion, I'll make a motion to approve the resolution. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so let's move it to discussion and open it up for questions to the manager. Well, I guess the first question I'd like to ask on the item, Chris, is can you just give us an explanation as to why we want to waive the competitive bidding for this one?
They are the only provider of this service in the area.
Do you know how long they have been operating?
I don't.
So, or how many other municipalities or cities they're currently working with?
I don't have that information, no.
I read an article somewhere about this company, Vero, and if you find that article, you'll find some of the answers to the questions you're asking. I'm not sure where to start with this. I have a lot of questions. If you have other items that you may want to, that you need to get done tonight, Jonathan, we may want to table this and come back to it because I have a lot of questions. But I want to make one comment first. When there are items on the agenda, I would appreciate if whomever puts that item on the agenda gives a background and all the information that I thought we were all required to give. This is just dropped on here with a resolution, a contract, some information from that company, but no explanation about here's how we do it now, here's how it would change, there's no analysis here for me to look at. There's no way for me to come here prepared. So I have a million questions to ask, and it's kind of like, what do we need this for? I don't know anything. If you have things you need to get done here, Jonathan, I think we might want to table this one and push it. Stuff's going to get pushed. I'm going to eat up a lot of this remaining 20 minutes on this one item.
Somebody would need to make an intervening motion then.
I'd like to make an intervening motion that we table this item and have it on the August agenda.
Okay, do we have a second?
There is no, can I ask a question? There's no time sensitivity to this item in particular?
There's not.
Okay, so yes, I'll second that.
Okay, so do we have a consensus to table the item for now and bring it back at the earliest August?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so
Sorry if I may, Mr. Mayor. One request I have, if there are questions that you have, send them to me. Like I said, I'm coming in at the end of this process. I don't know what's been discussed. I don't know what questions you might have, and then I can come prepared to the next meeting.
Okay. Very good. So we'll table 12A. In the interest of time, I would like to bring up 12C.
Just if I may, your table.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh, so you're tabling it, you need to table it to a date, so you're tabling it to the August meeting?
We'll go to August. It gives us at least until then to get up to speed on it. So thank you, Brad. So we'll table that one for August, the August regular commission meeting. So if there's consensus for it, I'd like to head down to 12C, since that's the general election. We do have to get that done this evening.
Get that one done.
So I'd like to jump to that if everyone's all right with it. Okay, so 12C is resolution 2024-26. Brad, could you read that onto the record for us, please?
Resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, pursuant to section 2-64 of the Code of Ordinances of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, calling for a general election to be held on Tuesday, November 5, 2024, for the purposes of submitting to the electorate of the Village of Biscayne Park the names of all qualified candidates for election to the position of Village Commissioner, providing for a runoff election if necessary, to be held on Tuesday, November 19th, 2024, providing for conducting the elections, polling places, form of ballot, voter registration, qualification of candidates, and notice of elections, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve resolution 2024-26.
Second.
Okay,
We're all trying to get stuff
Did it
done now.
so let's go ahead and move the let's go ahead and move the discussion item to, or the item to discussion, excuse me. Madam Clerk or Mr. Attorney or Mr. Manager, excuse me, is there anything that you need to bring to our attention with respect to this item for purposes of discussion?
No, it's just,
Okay.
they just need to approve it so it can be sent to the supervisor of elections.
Right, okay, so let's go ahead and open it up to discussion.
I have a couple of really quick questions. I'll make them fast. It references the village clerk in here by name. I thought these things had to specify supervisor of elections, your other role. Is it okay that it says village clerk in here?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's common.
Got it. Okay. It sets the qualifying period to end on a Saturday. It's okay for that to end on a Saturday, not a weekday?
Yes.
Okay. And section 2 says it ends at 5 PM on Saturday, August 24th, but section 7 says it ends at 4 PM on that same day. So we need to pick a time and stick to it. I'm just pointing out the discrepancies. It needs to be fixed.
We'll correct that. You can pass it as amended.
Okay. So then should I amend my motion or wait until we're done discussing?
And it needs to be, when did it need to be to the supervisor? I can't remember what you said.
It has to be there.
It has to be by, okay. So the supervisor needs the list by 6 o'clock on that
Okay.
day. So the Madam Clerk is asking for 2 hours to put that together, so we would.
Then
close
section
all of
2
them.
would need to be corrected.
We'll change section 2 to 4 PM.
Okay, should I amend my motion?
Yes.
Amend my motion to approve this with the change of section 2 to a qualifying time ending at 4 PM in section 2
Well, I
on August 24th.
guess before we get there, are there any other changes that we want to make to this resolution before we go to an amended motion? No?
No.
Okay, so then, do we have a second on Commissioner Kennedy's amended motion?
Second.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, let's just, do we have consensus? Can we, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. So the amended 12C passes. So right now we have 15 minutes. Let's take a look at the remaining things on here. There's a lot. I want to just open the floor to the commission. If there's any of these that we feel are time sensitive, and of course, anyone up here, manager and attorney included. I know 14A, it's a discussion item, but I know that that's been pending for quite a long time. I think that needs attention. Are there any other items that anyone wants to bring up right now that we should move to the front of discussion?
14A being the irrigation thing?
Correct.
I have a really quick thing on that, and I think that's going to be quick. We can probably
14A
knock
can-
that out.
Jump to that one if that's all right with everyone?
My only request is 12B helium.
Will be, all right, so let's do 14A very quickly then. So I know we're jumping around, so I apologize to the clerk and everyone, but we're jumping down to 14A. So 14A is the discussion on irrigation. So Chris, this was your item. Could you just kind of introduce it for us, please?
The South Florida Water Management District is asking the village to choose one of 3 options regarding Miami-Dade County's permanent landscape irrigation restrictions. We can, number 1, adopt our own ordinances that comply with MDC's ordinances and rules and enforce them ourselves. Number 2, submit a letter to MDC requesting that they enforce their ordinances within BP. Adopt a resolution requesting MDC to enforce the ordinances within BP. Or number 4, rely on MDC's ordinances but provide enforcement locally. So my recommendation is to choose option 3, which is adopt a resolution requesting Miami-Dade County to enforce their ordinances within BP.
Is there a reason, I'm sorry, can I ask?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Because
That's next.
your recommendation makes sense. Chris, is there a reason why you prefer an ordinance rather than us? Because one of the other options is we can simply, by consensus, authorize Chris to send them a letter and do the same thing. Is there a reason why you want an ordinance? Which is extra steps in
It
attorney.
wouldn't be an
fees?
ordinance, it would be a
I'm
resolution.
sorry, resolution. Is there a reason why you prefer a resolution? Because we could just agree right now to say, Chris, send a letter.
Yeah, it can be either.
Yeah.
So you're okay if it's just a quick approval?
Yeah, under the Miami-Dade ordinance, it's either some type of correspondence from an authorized representative. It says, in the form of a letter.
Yeah.
From an authorized representative, of the municipality or duly adopted resolution. So you all could, by consent, give the manager the authority to do a correspondence to the county saying that you're opting into having them enforce it. if that's so.
I'm totally fine with that. It makes it easy for everybody. I have a question for the attorney. Is there any benefit to us adding a reference to this in our land development code? The fact that it exists at the county level and that we defer to the county just to get it in our code, kind of the same way we have our landscape code. Our code just simply references the existence of the Miami-Dade County Landscaping Code and says we follow it. Is there a benefit to that?
Not necessarily. I mean, if you want it in there so that if somebody looks, there's a reference to it.
Exactly, yeah.
But the county ordinance itself says that it applies to all incorporated and unincorporated areas in the.
Right, but it's not user-friendly necessarily. If it's in our code and it's in that relevant section, then people are may be more likely to say, is there a reason why we wouldn't want to do that?
The only reason would be, it depends on what you're going to put. If you're going to parrot the ordinance and put it in the code, then yes, I would suggest to you that that would require any time the county amended it,
Exactly.
you to amend your code of
That's
ordinance.
why we didn't do that very same thing with the landscaping, because Valerie told us, if you do that, every time they change it, you're going to have to change yours. She said, just simply reference it the way we did. So that's what I'm saying.
You can reference it by citation, and you can put as amended from time to time. So
Yeah, I
therefore,
think that's kind of what it says. I kind of like the feel of that, guys, because it does, and we're saying it's the counties to deal with, but at least we're acknowledging it and we're putting it in. People are very unlikely to go to county code to see what's going on. If they're going to go somewhere to search, they're going to go here. And a developer doing a new build that has to really take things much more seriously is going to look in our code. They should know, but I don't see, if there's not a reason to not do it, I would really like to just have that reference dropped in. That requires an ordinance, right, Brent?
would first and second read.
Yeah. That's what I support. Whatever you guys go with, I'm on board.
I agree. I mean, they will go to our charter to see if it's even there. And that's what we usually promote, for you to go and check out what your sort of rights and responsibilities are. So
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I would agree that including it in our code make it easier for residents to figure out what codes they have to abide by. To expect them to go to county code to figure out that they abide by this is just too much to ask them.
That sounds like consensus.
It does to me as well.
So we just agreed that Chris can just simply do a letter and we're done. And Brad, you'll bring back an ordinance to us that simply adds that reference. Where'd that go in the landscaping section?
That's what I was just looking. You don't have an irrigation section, so I'll have to find a place. I'm guessing landscape would probably be the most logical.
Okay, that works. All right, so 14A, that takes care of that one. So the other one that's time sensitive, I know we're 11 minutes notwithstanding any extensions, but let's take a look at the 12B resolution 2024-24. Mr. Attorney, could you please read this under the record for us?
12B,
Did I say 12B?
he isn't boy.
Yes, correct.
A resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, waiving the competitive bidding procedures pursuant to Section 2-139 of the Village Code of Ordinances and approving an agreement with Nova Labs, Inc., doing business as Helium Mobile for cellular phone services, authorizing the village manager to execute said agreement and do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Do we have a motion in a second to move this to discussion?
A motion for discussion.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, great. So Chris, could you just kind of give us an introduction as to what we need to do or what you're asking us to do for this one, please?
This is phase 2 of the implementation of Helium Mobile. We tried phase 1 with some admin staff. The results have been acceptable. So now we can move forward with providing Helium phones to the police department, to the commission, as well as obtaining some hotspots. And I can't think why.
I can explain.
Thank you.
I can explain why we're seeking a waiver. So when the manager implemented this program with Helium or Nova Labs, the initial, I can't think of the word though, implementation, it was close though. The initial implementation of this program was done as a pilot program. So what the manager's intent was, he had, I don't remember, 6 or 10 phones.
10 phones.
People were trying, members of the village were trying them out for their, reception, their viability, whether or not it could be put into full play. Based on the fact that it was a pilot program, based on the cost of the pilot program, it was within the manager's thresholds for approval, and he was able to get 3 quotes and was able to determine that the most responsible quote was this company. Now that you're setting it out into full implementation, it becomes past, it's over his thresholds, would require competitive bidding. And at this point, because you've already implemented the program, you have this service, it doesn't make logical sense to go out for competitive bidding, because you're going to have other phone companies come in and bid, and now you're going to have different phone companies being utilized by different members of the village. So that's why we're seeking the waiver of the competitive bidding process.
Okay, but, and just on that point, you had gone out and you had received quotes, I guess, however we want to refer to them, from other services. What were the other services that provided quotes to us?
I looked at, we have our current service with AT&T that was included. I looked at T-Mobile, and I also looked at US Cellular.
And your code don't require the manager, based on the threshold for the pilot program, your code required the manager to get at least 3 informal quotes, which is, you got 4.
But not like an RFP. You could go to specific companies and say, hey, price out a plan for us.
Correct.
That was not required based on the pilot program.
Got it.
So now moving forward, it's illogical now to go through an RFP process when you're saying, we have these phones, you're going to end up potentially with different.
Chris, so the first group of 10 phones, what kind of a contract term was that?
1 year.
1 year. And when did it start?
2 months ago, I believe.
Okay, so you're just a couple of months into a 1-year term. And what is your out on that one? Just when it expires, not required to renew it? Do you have an ability to renew it at the existing rate? Some benefits to renewing?
I can't answer that at this point. We'd have to look at that as we get close to renewal time.
Okay.
Is it under the same term and termination as the agreement that we have here? Because this is, you have basically a renewal.
Yep. Yes.
You can just choose not to renew.
Right.
Okay. So, Chris, I'm sorry, I just kind of jumped in here. Do you mind, Jonathan?
No, of course.
Okay. So I'm a little confused about this. So is this a traditional phone plan? Because it sounded like a different kind of thing. And then there's the hotspots. And then you said you went to a convention they invited you to come speak and you took the chief with you. And then I thought I heard you say Bitcoin in some reference to that, or maybe I emailed you and asked you what it was. It was a Bitcoin conference. I'm just kind of confused. So how is this whole thing different than a traditional phone plan? And how'd you hear about it in the first place?
In some cases, it's similar. In some cases, it's different. So this is a traditional phone plan from the perspective of Helium uses T-Mobile cell towers. Helium uses other companies' cell towers if a T-Mobile tower isn't available, just like roaming in our existing AT&T system. This does things a little bit different in that it allows anyone to install hotspots. Hotspots serve as mini cell towers. So for example, right now we have a hotspot in Village Hall and it connects to the internet. It provides cellular service and we've had the best coverage we've had since I've been here. They also have outdoor hotspots. So we're looking at putting an outdoor hotspot up at Burke and I think one at Public Works. So those serve as the mini cell towers. The benefit is in the event that the cell towers go down, as long as we have internet and power, we will have cell phone connectivity. So looking forward, if the closest towers are taken out by a hurricane and we have a generator backup and still have internet service, we will still have village cell phone service, or village employee cell phone service here in the village. As we as the technology improves, we will be able to use this over a satellite internet connection as well. So even if we lose internet, as long as we have generator power, we can power up our hotspots, bounce it off the satellites, and we'll have cell phone connectivity. So this is an emergency communication system that can run on backup power as well as a general everyday communication system. The phones themselves function just like every other phone. I have a Galaxy phone that I'm using. We have iPhones out there that others are using, just like regular cell service. The cryptocurrency component of this, the incentive for people to deploy hotspots is they earn a cryptocurrency called Mobile. It's on the Solana blockchain. They're paid this cryptocurrency based on the traffic that's over their own hotspots. So instead of T-Mobile or US Cellular, whoever, we pay all of our money to them every month to keep all of our money. When we use something like this, it incentivizes other people to deploy these hotspots because they then get a little portion of our monthly cell phone expenditures. They get rewarded for having this. So the way I got into this was actually back in Wisconsin. They also do work with, if you're familiar with Internet of Things, what's tracking. So IoT, Internet of Things. They got their start by deploying these hotspots. You could put a little tracker in a UPS package and it would follow where this package is going based on the hotspots it's bouncing off of. From there, they decided to branch out into cell phone service, understanding the other buzzword I'm going to throw at you is DPIN, decentralized physical infrastructure, understanding that even if the regular centralized infrastructure goes down, we can still spin up these hotspots. We can use other people's hotspots. So does that answer your questions?
Yeah, it does actually quite a bit. So the hotspots, if the cell towers go down, hurricane hits a cell tower, that's a physical thing happens to a cell tower and they're down. How do we, and I have Wi-Fi in my house, how am I getting my Wi-Fi that is going to be more reliable than, how's my Wi-Fi, how's the Wi-Fi coming into this building right now? It's wired in. Are we going to have reliable Wi-Fi in the event of one of those big catastrophic kind of a things that took down a cell tower?
As long as we have internet, yes.
That's what I'm asking. So is the internet component of that as reliable?
Is internet as reliable as?
You're saying we have to have electricity and internet to be able to run the hotspots and function. Is the internet going to be reliable in the event of a major storm?
If I may, Mr. Manager, he mentioned satellite internet, and I know from responding to some of these major storms, we rely heavily on satellite uplinks for Wi-Fi that are pretty cost effective to buy, that could supplement that. Say our Wi-Fi completely goes down, we could look into Starlink and things like that to bring up mobile hotspots of our own via satellite. And all you would really have to have is a generator. Bring a generator in one of those and you have Wi-Fi.
Okay, so I guess I'll try my question a different way. Hurricane took out cell towers. Are we going to have internet? Because when the last hurricane that hit us, Irma wasn't a hurricane, but I didn't have internet. I didn't have electricity, internet, or water.
I understand your question. What you're saying is if the cell tower goes down because it's a major storm, how do we get our internet right now? Is it Comcast?
We have Comcast right now, yeah.
So I think and correct me if I'm wrong, what Commissioner Kennedy's trying to say is if a hurricane hits and the cell tower goes down, will we likely still have Comcast service for internet service, for cable service?
Because we need that to have hotspots.
I mean, it's a maybe. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Never mind. Go ahead.
Sure. It all depends. So I can tell you that if we have 100-mile-an-hour winds, the cell towers are going down. Chances are we'll still have internet. Some of it's buried, some of it is up on the poles. It just completely depends. I can tell you in my experience in ice storms back in Wisconsin, we lose cell towers, but we still keep internet longer. It depends on what kind we have, whether it's cable internet, whether it's the fiber. Fiber is typically buried. So we will have that internet continuing. This is, again, if we're hit tomorrow and we lose cell tower and internet, there's absolutely nothing we can do.
Yeah.
If this happens 6 months, 9 months, a year from now, then we have the ability to hook up to satellite internet and we will have cell phone service.
Because my internet is nothing, I thought no data, I thought only electricity in Biscayne Park was underground and not everywhere, but data was all above ground. My data line comes in the old fashioned way off of a pole. So if something happens and poles start going down and things happen, I'm not going to have internet either, it seems. So it's that, I don't want to say this the wrong way. It sounds too easy that it's like, oh, the cell towers go down and we're going to be fine. It's the we're going to be fine part that I'm not really convinced of. The hotspots. So these people are going to get paid through Bitcoin for having hotspots, and this is something they have in their home off of their phone, or is it something they're installing in their house to be a hotspot? Explain that exactly.
To jump in really quickly, get a motion to extend.
Motion to extend the meeting until we finish this item.
Perfect. Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye, okay.
What's the question?
The hotspots. Explain the hotspot situation.
Yeah, so the hotspots, think of the hotspot like a Wi-Fi router.
Right, I have one right here,
No, that's a phone.
but there's a hotspot on my phone.
I'm talking about the Wi-Fi router that sits in that cabinet that plugs into the internet and beams out Wi-Fi signal.
Right.
It's connected to the internet. It's a separate box designed just for Wi-Fi. The Helium hotspot, don't get hung up on the word hotspot. We all have hotspots on our cell phones. The Helium hotspot is just like a Wi-Fi router. You plug it into the internet and it broadcasts the cell signal out over the area. Does it both indoors, like we have over at Village Hall, and it does it outdoors as well.
So the people who if I wanted to be a hotspot through Helium, am I changing my phone plan to Helium? Do I have to be a Helium?
No, not at all.
I could just be a hotspot for Helium.
You could just get a hotspot. You could get paid whatever it is, pennies per gigabyte of data through their mobile token. And you don't have to have a Helium cell phone.
I wonder how significant that's going to be for anybody, but okay. So now we have hotspots, and the hotspot is it's a piece of hardware that they ship to you and you plug into your house, and now you're a hotspot.
Correct.
Are these hotspots secure? So because you're saying that we could also access these hotspots for our own phones. If everything went down, these hotspots are functioning, we could function through the hotspots, right? Is that what I'm understanding?
No, just only Helium mobile subscribers can use Helium hotspots.
Oh, okay. So only Helium subscribers can use these hotspots. Okay, that is a critical piece of info I didn't understand. So, okay, so we could use them because we're going to have Helium. You're going to give us new phones that are Helium phones. I'm guessing we're getting new phones, whatever. We'll have Helium phones, so we can use the hotspots, but the only other people out in the world that can use them are Helium subscribers.
Correct.
Okay.
Pam isn't quick enough. She's not on Helium. She has AT&T. She can't use them.
Got it. Okay. I never heard of Helium until this item came to us. Is this, do you guys know anything about Helium? Did you hear of this before?
This is first I've heard of it.
I never heard of it, but I will say I have a Helium phone, and my personal phone, Helium phone goes with me. I've had better service on the Helium than on my own personal phone. And it's T-Mobile, and it works off cell sites when it's not on Helium hotspots. It works better. I don't get it.
Okay. So are there any security concerns with these hotspots and the fact that our phones, and I'm assuming the police will all have these as well, and you'll have one. Is there any security concerns that it's going through hotspots?
No.
So that people can't access things, can't get into data, anything? There's no security issues at all here?
The only security issues that exist with the Helium hotspot are the same security issues that exist with every cell tower in the nation.
So if they can get in one way, you're saying they can get in through the hotspot. Okay. So you tested it for 2 months and you're convinced that was enough of a test. Just looking here at my questions. Oh, what about traveling outside the area? I travel, I take my phone with me. I travel internationally. When you travel out of the state, it's all going to work the same everywhere?
I took mine to Colorado. Works fine.
So they have, are there places that you won't be able to use it because you can't access Helium?
It's just like every other cell phone being sold. If you're on a T-Mobile, if you're near a Helium hotspot, it'll use Helium. If you're not near a hotspot, it uses T-Mobile towers. If you're
Goes through
not by
their
a
towers.
T-Mobile tower, it uses whatever's closest.
Okay. And then in terms of records, in 7A, and I don't have it open, but I made a note that in 7A, it says, is Helium the custodian of records? Because it sounds like they're holding this information. And we have records concerns. Brad, you might want to listen to this part of it. Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you. But it's this whole custodian of record things in 7A. I'm trying to pull it up now, sorry.
The contract.
7A.
Helium-
where it
the
talks
Helium
about-
contract.
And maintain public records in Helium Mobile's possession or control in connection with Helium Mobile's performance. So what this says is Helium Mobile shall ensure that public records that are exempt or confidential and exempt from public records disclosure requirements are not disclosed. So this is saying if they're can't be disclosed, Helium's not going to disclose them.
Let me put on. So let me try that again. So what section A is, this is statutorily required language in the state of Florida when contracting for services with any vendor. So what this is basically saying, to the extent the records are the village's records, to the extent that they are maintaining any records, they have to follow Florida law with regards to public record requests, all the confidentiality provisions, whatever's confidential or confidential and exempt, they would have to comply with it. If there's a request for records, if the village gets a public record request of records that are held by this company, they have to comply with assisting in the village's compliance with those public record requests. And there's specifically, if they have any questions or concerns, and it's actually, it's in the print that's required, they have to reach out to the public records coordinator of the village, which is the village clerk, to qualify any questions they have with regards to public records.
So they're the custodian of records.
They can be, you can have multiple custodians of records. So
I always think of Pamela as being the custodian.
So the village, you have other vendors that maintain certain records as part of the course and scope of their business that they're performing and services they're performing for the village. So to the extent that they're maintaining records that are otherwise public records because they're co-owned or located in one location as opposed to another, they are required by Florida law and by this provision to comply with public records laws.
Okay, so you're cool with all that?
Yes, that's standard language.
Okay, my last point, someone added in the non-discrimination section, included gender identity and orientation, and so whoever did that, I appreciate
I
it.
did that after you and I had a conversation.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
I have a quick one. What do we pay before Helium for the phone services?
Looking at this from the annual perspective, we're currently paying about $25,000 a year for cell phone service with AT&T FirstNet. Once we are fully over 25,000,
Same amount of handsets?
yes.
Okay.
But wait, there's more. When we switch over to Helium, we'll be paying $5,000 a year.
So there is a very big savings
$20,000 a year.
to do this, and for this exact same sort of a service?
Exact same service with the added benefit that we may earn a little bit here and there with the hotspots that we have.
It sounds like it's gonna be pennies, if anything at all. Okay, so then this begs the question, and I have to ask these things. So to follow up to Vero's question, and Chris, you're telling us we're gonna save this enormous amount of money. It sounds too good to be true. When something sounds too good to be true, it makes me wonder what are we not hearing? What are we not understanding? What has not been tested? This sounds so too good to be true. And why is not the whole world using Helium?
Because people are afraid it sounds too good to be true. That's why I want to do the pilot program to see if the services they delivered are actually what they say they're going to deliver. And they are. The challenge with something like this, they are an industry disruptor. So this is not a typical cell phone service. This is a crypto-focused company getting into cell services. They're a relatively new company. They haven't been doing this for decades, as have the regular cell coverage or cell carriers. So the exchange for having a less experienced company is lower rates. Based on the pilot that we ran, based on the experience that we had, I'm comfortable switching us over to a new company because we've already seen what they can do with the service.
The crypto part of it worries me. It just all sounds, I'm old. You know, it just sounds all, the too good to be true part worries me a little bit, and the crypto thing, and I don't quite understand. I'll be the first person to admit that. Can you make this contract expire? Is your desire, I should have looked at the date better. Is your desire to make this contract expire with the other one that's already in place, or is it just going to be all of one now?
We'll have it all as one.
It's all going to be one contract. It's all going to expire in 10 months. And in 10 months, you'll reevaluate and see how it's going. And if it's all as good as it sounds, we're good.
Correct.
That's all I needed to hear. Thank you.
Any other questions on the item? Hearing none, so we have a motion and a second to approve the item already, so I guess we can just take consensus on it. Do we have consensus to pass the motion as it's been offered and second?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay. We have consensus. Okay, so I'm showing 12 after 10 right now. We have a number of items that we do need to roll over. Do we want to take a minute to discuss a potential special agenda to tackle some of these items?
I would want to have that discussion because a lot of these items, especially the discussion items we have, they're already a month old, they're hitting their second month. You know, the police discussion, the train has already left the station on the police matter, and to let it go any farther down the line, I think, you know, if we want to make any input in this at all, we really need to have these discussions. Chris's request for adding to his purchasing authority is also already 2 months old. List goes on, and as we get busier into budget season, our deferrals are going to get longer.
Pamela, how much time do you need to notice a meeting? If we called a special meeting?
If it's, well, with just our normal items, about 10 days,
I'm sorry?
7 to 10 days.
Oh, we can't, so we couldn't call one for Thursday night of this week?
No.
No. Okay.
I mean, you could, but
So, well, I'm with Ryan 1,000%. So,
Same, I think we need to make it at, well, 7 to 10 days will be what?
That's going to be earliest next Friday. I know, Mac, you're going to be trapped those.
well, I'm
next
back in
week.
town Thursday night late. So Friday the 19th, I could do it.
Unfortunately, this falls really bad because we're leaving for a 2-week-long trip tomorrow. We're back in town the 23rd, so I could do 23rd, 24th, and 25th is my wife's birthday. But if she says yes, I can do that one as well.
I'll bake a cake, Danny. Bake a killer chocolate cake.
Sorry to say your birthday on public
Actually
record.
gone until the 21st, I think, too. I don't know for certain, but
And I'm gone the 22nd to the 28th. And I'll be in a very different time zone, so zooming in would be a real drag. And I have evening events every night.
said 22nd to 28th. You're going?
Yeah.
And
We meeting on the 31st.
did we already talk? Did we already talk about the 29th and the 30th? I forget.
It's gonna be complicated for me, 28th, yeah. You guys go ahead, I mean, I agree 100%, I don't think these issues lots of them have been postponed too long.
You couldn't do the 30th?
I don't know, that's why, if you guys wanna put this in the agenda, worst case scenario can be via Zoom if I have to be,
So you could zoom in on the 30th?
I'm not sure, so.
I'm unavailable the 30th.
How about the 29th?
Available the 29th.
Okay. I can do the 29th.
I think I can do either.
I am just getting back into town. I'm flying in on the 29th. Can I appear by Zoom?
I don't see why not.
Don't see why not.
Because I don't know that I'll have time to get down.
You won't have to wear a mask by
Wear a
Zoom.
mask, but hopefully I won't need one.
By then,
but,
hopefully we'll be
um,
right.
But I don't know that I'll have time to get back from the airport and get down here in time for that.
Yeah, okay,
Zoom is fine.
that's fine.
Let's set it up.
So 29?
Best, if not, try to be via Zoom, I'll see what I can.
Okay,
Okay, so BP, we call that a special meeting?
yeah.
special agenda.
It has to be a special meeting.
29.
And a special meeting is nothing can be added to the agenda. It's set in stone, bing, bam, boom. Okay.
All right, so the idea then is, did we say 6 o'clock?
One quick question. We moved one item to August. Do we want to amend that to move it back to the special
I
agenda?
prefer we leave it on August and try to
Okay,
tackle what we
okay,
can on.
That's fine.
What was it? I forget.
It
I
was
forget what item
the,
was it too?
Lean library.
What?
Lean library.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
leave that in August.
Put it on August and then we've got plenty of other stuff to deal with
Plenty to fill.
on that day.
As far as your agenda, so that we're clear, it's any, other than the Lean Library, any other items that were not heard? Tonight's agenda?
And there will not, just to be clear, Brad, and there will not be any reports, presentations.
That'll be helpful.
All that other stuff doesn't roll along, just the remaining agenda items.
Just discussion items
Okay.
and, and resolutions that have not been heard.
I think the only resolution that we would be moving would be 12D because 12A would be tabled till August. So I think 12D is the only resolution. So I think the only other things we have are discussion items.
Yeah, because 11B went to discussion.
Right, to discussion.
That passed. It would be, yeah.
Okay, so that'll be it for the 29th at 6 PM.
Mhm.
Great. Okay, so do I have a motion to adjourn
Motion to adjourn.
in a second?
Second.
All in favor? Oh,
Aye.
sorry.
Sorry, you
Yeah.
got, back up a second.
Yeah,
So as far as a special meeting, you need, at least, it can be called by the mayor or 4 members of the commission. So just so the record is clear, you have at least consensus from all 4 members.
Call it, John.
yes, we do. I'm calling it. Okay, all right, so our motion to
Oh,
adjourn was second.
May I ask a really quick question, Brad? Just as there was a backup item that I was going to pass out physically for one of my items. Can I send that to Pamela to have that added on as a backup item? Can we add backup items on to things that we're carrying over?
If it's an item that's part of the.
It's on the agenda already.
Yes.
Okay,
you
I'm
can
going
do
to be emailing something to you, Pamela. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, we're adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.